Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mishegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Today is Monday, November 3rd, 2025. What a day to be alive. What a day to be alive. Look what I got in the mail today. Howie Carr sent me his new book. Check it out. 275 pages long. It's called Mass Corruption. And on the cover, there's a picture of Karen Reed in the middle, flanked by Proctor and Higgins. And then above them is Brian Albert, Yuri Buchanan, Judge Cannoni, and Hank Brennan. Howie Carr's Mass Corruption. I can't wait to start reading it. 275 pages long. You too can get a copy. I think just go to howiecarr.com and it'll tell you how to get a copy. But he sent me one, and I can't wait. Last time I was on his show, or the only time I was on his show, he said, "I'll send you a copy." I said, "Sure, send me a copy. I'll allow it." How's everyone today? Well, it was a brutal weekend in sports because my Colorado Buffaloes had a brutal game on Saturday, losing 52-17 to Arizona. That was a rough one, but it doesn't matter because I'm still going to represent. We still have a Buffs emoji, and I'm not a fair weather fan. I'm going to be here through it all. And what a World Series that was, huh? What a Game 7. What a Game 7 that was. I'm wearing my hat because I represent too, and it's because I went and found my hat and put it on during Game 7 that I think the Dodgers won, and I was psyched about it because I love LA. I love LA, and I grew up in a Yankee family, so go figure. Except my mother grew up in Brooklyn, and so she loves the Brooklyn Dodgers, or loved them, and she says, it's kind of like the same thing. However, we were and still are a very hardcore Yankee family, but I figured I love LA and I have a hat, and I'm bi-coastal, so there's that. That's awesome. Can't wait to get back out there to the South Bay, my favorite place in the whole entire world. In the whole entire world is the South Bay, LA region. And so if you know, Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan Beach. How's everybody today? Patriots won. Yesterday. That was good for you guys. 24-23 over the Falcons. Did you see who was at the game?
Hello.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, Cardi B wasn't just at the game. She was in the owner's box. Did you see it? I'll show you. I'll show you a clip. Stephon Diggs is the father of her as of yet unborn child. And those clips are all over the place. But here's just one of those clips. We loved watching Cardi B's trial together. That was a good time. What had happened to my screen? I don't rightly know. What is going on with my screen here? Hello? Cardi B, come back. Hello? Something just happened to my screen. I don't know what this is. It's on. It's like a weird, no, I don't want to leave the studio, StreamYard. Can't see my, no, stay. I don't want to do scene. They're doing some beta thing. I don't want to do your beta thing. I want my regular screen back, please. Well, it looks like I'm looking at it on my phone and it looks like you guys see the regular screen, just I don't. Here's the here's a clip from Cardi B in the owner's box with Robert Kraft. Crazy, right? It's gonna replay. You don't see it. You don't see it. You know why? Because I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. Give me a second here because I need to figure this out. I don't know what they're doing. There's some beta thing here, and I don't know how to get this beta thing off. I don't want two scenes to be active. I just want to go back to my regularly scheduled program. I don't know. I must have clicked on something by accident, but at least I didn't swipe myself out of the stream. So there's that. I don't like when they change things up on me. I have a whole thing planned. Stay. Goodbye. Go away. Delete. No, this scene is currently active on stage. Is it? Okay, well, bring me back to it then. I'm on the stage, but I can't see myself on my own screen. Yeah, this is a weird Monday. I don't know. Is there like a full moon or something out? Maybe. It's not even showing me like my regular. Oh wait, here we go. Let's try this. All right, I think I'm back. Okay. All right, let's try this now. Can you see it now? Okay, let's try this.
The drama, Kraft getting a little bit.
Robert Kraft sitting with Cardi B. Today, Cardi here to watch Stephon Diggs and the Patriots.
Cardi B with the new album out, probably letting Kraft listen to some of the tracks on Am I the Drama? Kraft getting a little bit.
Robert Kraft sitting with Cardi B.
Crazy, right? Well, I mean, I guess it tracks. I mean, her baby daddy or boyfriend or plays for the Patriots, so that's kind of cool. And then somebody else posted another clip of them dancing together. I don't know when that was from though. I don't think that was like recent. But I can't play the audio for you because you know, it's musical and I'll get stricken. But this was like at some, I think, previous time. I don't think this was from yesterday. But here's like them dancing together. Check this out. Cardi B and Robert Kraft. He's loved her for years. I love this for them and us because we get to see it. Look at him dancing with her. Fantastic. And yeah, crazy, right? Well, I mean, who knew that our girl, Cardi B.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Now people are going to be going to Patriots games looking for her. Like they go to the Chiefs game looking for Taylor Swift. Full moon is on Thursday. Well, it's just in time, I guess. Just in time because Canton PD, not Canton PD, but the town of Canton did release the press release this morning. So let's take a look at that because I reported on Friday, nope, Saturday. It was Saturday's show. Saturday's show, Richie from Microdots tweeted that he heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend that Sergeant Sean Goode of Canton PD had been suspended with pay. And then I reported it as well, that he had been suspended with pay, that we thought that we couldn't confirm it. We couldn't confirm it. But that was the rumor floating around. And so we talked about it for a bit on Saturday. And then people were going into Turtle Boy's chat last night saying that I reported that it was true, which I didn't. As you know, I said It hasn't been confirmed yet, but here is what has been confirmed, because this was released just this morning, just a little while ago. Town of Canton, Charles E. Duty. That's right. His name is Duty. He's the town administrator at 801 Washington Street in Canton, Mass. 02021. And there's their official seal. Town of Canton was established in 1797. Wow. Monday, November 3rd, 2025, for immediate release, a statement from the town of Canton. Canton, the following is a statement from the town of Canton. On Friday, October 24th, the town of Canton was notified of allegations of misconduct concerning a member of the town's police department. Although the town is unable to share confidential personnel information due to laws governing employee privacy, there are some facts that the town can share in an effort to ensure transparency and to keep members of the town's community informed of ongoing matters. Immediately after becoming aware of the allegations, the town engaged an independent investigator to conduct a thorough administrative investigation into the allegations of misconduct. The member of the town's police department under administrative investigation was placed on paid administrative leave on Friday, October 24th, pending the outcome of the administrative investigation. Due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, the town is unable to provide additional details at this time. The town and the town's police department take all allegations of misconduct seriously. Members of the town's police department are expected to perform their duties in a professional manner. The town is committed to providing the quality and level of service that the citizens of Canton deserve from their police department. To that end, we will take the necessary steps to ensure that actions by individual officers do not jeopardize that quality and level of service. XOXO. Well, they're not naming Sergeant Goode, but first of all, you remember what happened on Friday, October 24th, right? Friday, October 24th was the day that we found out through a filing in the Brian Walsh case signed by ADA Greg Connor that there had been hundreds of thousands of messages or items found in Trooper Proctor's phone extraction going back to 2013, and that the district attorney's office was well aware of its obligations, and that to that end, they would be forwarding Proctor's phone extraction to independent law enforcement agencies. Now we know one of those independent law enforcement agencies was Canton PD, or the town of Canton. Well, the law enforcement agency would be Canton PD. And so there must be the mother lode of information in Proctor's phone that may have included other investigators, detectives at Canton PD, perhaps in group messages. Sergeant Sean Goode went to Canton High, and he went to high school with, in the same grade as, Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, and Jill Daniels, who is the sister of, I think, Julie Albert. I'm not really sure, who's married to Chris Albert. It's very incestuous. And I remember reporting on this once in the very beginning when we first started covering Karen Reed all the way back in January of 2024, that the number of police officers in Canton that grew up in Canton is unusually high. I can't remember what the percentage is. Something like maybe 90% of police officers in the town of Canton grew up in Canton, right? It's crazy. And so whoever was able to keep this secret for a full week, shout out to them. A little more than a week, because I think it was Saturday that Richie tweeted this, right? Richie from Micro Rodots tweeted that he had it on good authority that Goode was the one who was suspended. And so I hear a lot of people, squawking that, yeah, he got suspended with pay. That's ridiculous. Well, you listen, there's administrative hoops that you have to go through before you can suspend someone without pay. And so So those are things that have to be done. You can't just suspend someone without pay, without an investigation and good reason. I mean, everything, it's an administrative proceeding. It's got to be done. And apparently they've hired some sort of an investigative agency. What they say here, they said, immediately after becoming aware of the allegations, the town engaged an independent investigator to conduct a thorough administrative investigation. So they're still investigating it. They're still investigating their own investigators. See how that works? They can't say who it is because of privacy concerns. Well, it's going to come out soon enough. It's going to come out soon enough, and I wonder if it's going to be good. And if it is, well, he's not having a good day, is he? Let's take a look. I want to take a look and show you who the interim chief is. But first, somebody sent me this. Somebody had filed a FOIA request with the town of Canton asking if it was Sean Goode who was the one who was suspended. And they got an email back this morning, something like at like 6:41 a.m. Let me see who. Somebody on Twitter called Unfiltered Thoughts, Justice for John O'Keefe. They made a FOIA request less than 48 hours ago, and they got an email back from what I think is the chief of police. If this is real and accurate, I'm going to share it with you, but I cannot vouch for its authenticity. But here it is. It's from J. Perkins at town.canton.mass.us. And it says, good morning. It was sent at 6:41 a.m. So Joe Perkins is up early. Good morning. I'm in receipt of your request. So it is my understanding the town of Canton will be issuing a press release this morning. If the press release enough, please let me know. If not, I will fulfill your FOIA according to MGL and with the time limits provided under law. Is that something you can let me know? I just thought the verbiage was odd. I don't know if it was. Yeah, they don't sleep anymore. They're sleeping with one eye open, Caroline. They're sleeping with one eye open. If you have any questions, please call my office line, and then they leave a phone number. Thank you. And it says Joe. Thank you, Joe. So Joe is just referring to himself as Joe. His name is Joseph Perkins. He's the interim police chief. And here's the press release from when he was appointed to be the interim police chief. So we can learn a little bit about his background. Do we like Joe Perkins? What do we like? What do we know? What do we like? Do we like? Do we like? Do we not like? Is he a good guy? This press release was Thursday, June 26, 2025. So this was, right on the heels of the June 18th acquittal of Karen Reed. And this was right on the heels of Chief Helena Rafferty being named in a lawsuit by the man that she hit in the crosswalk in the pedestrian case. Remember? And that guy had hella injuries. How many surgeries did the guy have that Helena Rafferty hit in the crosswalk? And then she didn't even tell the town that she got into an accident in her, I think she was in a cruiser, right? It took one of you armchair detectives to dig up the information, I believe, that she had been in this accident where she hit a man in a crosswalk and he had multiple surgeries. Remember? Hang on. And so here's the press release from June 26th of 2025. Canton Select Board appoints Joseph Perkins as interim police chief. The Canton Select Board is pleased to announce that Joseph Perkins has been appointed as interim police chief of the Canton PD. Perkins, the former chief of police for the Middleborough Police Department, was appointed unanimously 4-0 by the Select Board on Tuesday night. Perkins succeeds Chief Helena Rafferty, who will retire from the department upon the expiration of her contract on June 30th. What a coincidence. Perkins retired from the Middleborough Police Department last September after a 35-year career in law enforcement. So he came out of retirement. Joe Perkins to step in as the interim chief in Canton. Yeah, just call me Joe. Yeah, like in You've Got Mail. Excellent. Seize the day, just call me Joe. Yeah, just call me Joe. He came out of retirement for this, just like Robert Cosgrove came out of retirement to persecute Aidan Carney. Robert Cosgrove was a Norfolk County judge, and Howie Carr, whose new book is out, called mass corruption. Calls him triple dip Cosgrove because he's getting 2 pensions. And now he's been hired by the Norfolk County DA's office. Quote, Joseph Perkins has demonstrated over the course of a long and well-regarded career in law enforcement, both the competence and the steadiness required to lead with clarity and purpose, said Select Board Chair John McCourt. As interim chief, he has expressed a clear commitment to open lines of communication, both within the department and with the residents of Canton. We believe his leadership will provide stability and thoughtful direction during this important period. Perkins began his career as a provisional police officer in Middleborough in 1989, then joined the Mattapoisett Police Department full-time in 1990. From 1994 to 1999, he served as a police officer, then acting sergeant for the Lakeville Police Department. Perkins rejoined the Middleborough Police Department as an officer in January of 2000. He became a detective in 2001 and was promoted to detective sergeant in 2009. Perkins was promoted to lieutenant in 2014 and served as head of the detective division unit. He was selected, and served as the head of the detective division until he was selected as the chief a year later that year. Perkins served as control chief and was a co-founding member of the Southeastern Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council Critical Incident Stress Management and Peer Support Unit. The peer-driven, clinically supported law enforcement unit is brought in post-incident to debrief police officers. I wonder if they had that for, Kelsey Fitzsimmons after the first incident where she and Noonan responded to a scene where a young mother had taken her own life and her infant's life. Unclear. It is police officers helping police officers navigate the emotional aftermath of a traumatic event based on personal experience and specialized training. During his time as Middleborough chief, Perkins also served as president of the Plymouth County Chiefs of Police in 2021, a member of the Chiefs Advisory Committee for Plymouth County Outreach, an executive board member for the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police, and president, and an executive board member for the Southeastern Massachusetts Chiefs of Police. Here's this. Listen to this. Perkins graduated from the FBI National Academy as part of class 242 in 2010. His course of study included public speaking, conflict resolution, leadership, ethics, and interpersonal communications. The town of Canton is currently searching for a firm to lead a nationwide search for a new permanent police chief. The select board anticipates that the process will take approximately 6 months and will incorporate community input. I wonder if Brenda Sweeney will be there, as she always is, at every Canton Town Select Board meeting with some amazing words for them. So they say it's going to take 6 months. This was in June, maybe by the end of December. I don't know. Have they hired a firm? I don't know. We are very fortunate to have found someone of Chief Perkins' caliber to step into this role at a pivotal time for the department, said Town Administrator Charles Doody. He's a highly respected law enforcement professional known for his sound judgment and steady leadership. Chief Perkins comes to us with strong recommendations and a clear understanding of what is needed to guide and manage the department effectively in the months ahead. His presence will allow us to move forward with confidence as we undertake the careful process of selecting a permanent police chief. And that was the press release announcing that Joseph Perkins, his name is Doody, yes it is, hadn't there been some rumblings very early on that his daughter, Catherine, I think her name was Catherine Doody, I don't know if his daughter, was she at 34 Fairview that night, or she knew, or she was called by Colin to come pick her up? What was it? There it is. There it is. That's right. Yes, Dad. Catherine Doody was in 34 Fairview that night. Was it in the police reports? I knew that was his daughter. And her name was spelled wrong. This is Carrie B. Shocking. I guess the only good thing about this is that Joseph Perkins seems to not have any ties to Canton. And that's what they really need, is somebody who's wholly independent. Yeah, you can see how incestuous this is the more that you begin to cover this case, how it's almost like Oklahoma, Arkansas corruption, which is something else that we're learning a lot about these days with all of the cases that we're covering in those two states. Dad coming in and says Perkins is 100% independent of Canton. That's what they need, right? That's what they need. But did Chris Albert get a vote? Because the Canton Select Board is essentially the boss of the police department, right? Courtney Lopez says Colin called Tom Beatty's daughter. Yeah, it has that ever been confirmed? Tom Beatty's daughter. Okay, right. But Catherine Doody was at 34 Fairview that night because she was friends with Brian Jr., right? All right, good. Yeah, that's like old 2024, 2023 type news stuff that Turtle Boy had reported on. But you know, they never got anybody's phone records, and so, well, here's why they spell the names wrong, Lisa Roberts, is so that they're not easily found. That's why. Hold on. Didn't we find, yeah, to derail future FOIA requests? Because didn't we find some when some of Marcy's emails dropped, didn't he often spell Karen Reid's name wrong, like R-E-E-D? R-E-I-D? Chris recused, said Hedgehog in space. People in town like him a lot. By him, I think you mean Joe Perkins, right? Thank you on top for your super sticker this morning. I love you with all of my heart. Martha Riddle Garcia loves being a cupcake. Thank you for watching, Martha. And Dexter Save Us from the Commonwealth has been here for a whole year. Happy anniversary to us. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Sky Bell, for gifting a membership. You're amazing. And look, we have Desiderata and I have an anniversary too. It's our 18-month. It's our 18-month anniversary. Thank you. I love you with all of my heart too. Hannah says, moment of praise for you, Melanie. Oh, thanks. It's amazing how you've stayed above all the YouTube drama and keep bringing us meaningful legal stories. Hashtag little class. I'll allow it, Hannah. Thanks for your 5. In fact, I was in Turtle Boy's chat last night because people started saying that I was reporting that this was 100% true. And I had to get in there and correct the record because I bring receipts. And when I tell you that I'm reporting something, I tell you that I'm reporting it. I show you the tweet. And I showed you the microdots tweet. And then I said, we can't confirm this, but if this is true, and then we talked about the scenarios. We talked about Goode. We had a really good stream. And then my thumbnail was good luck with that, with an E at the end, and a picture of him, which looked kind of crazy. And then Proctor over his shoulder. And I listened to a bit of that stream, not the whole thing. I sent a super chat because I know what it's like when people try and text you and you're live and you can't, like, you get very distracted. And if you try and put something in the chat, it flies by and they don't see it. And so Aiden was saying that he was, I could tell that he's upset. He's like a younger brother. Like, he's the age of, we had parents that had 7 kids and I was the oldest and he was the youngest, he could be my younger brother. And so, you know, I don't like everything he does. Sometimes I want to smack him around and say, do this, brother, do this. He sounded like he was very hurt about whatever's going on between him and Karen. I don't really know all of the details. Don't really know all the details. And he said, you know, it'd be so great if we could hash it out and, like, come together. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there that are trying to distract you and become agents of chaos and divide everyone in the community. All of the people who staunchly supported Karen Reid and donated to her defense. And they don't like to see this sort of, like, division and squabbling. And so I sent a super chat. I said, listen, and he said, I wish somebody would, you know, we should go on a channel and hash it out and have a mediator. And I said, listen, I volunteer as tribute. I volunteer as tribute. If you know, you know. I'm happy to mediate. It's like my 2 little siblings are bickering and I want you both to come to Thanksgiving and to Festivus. You know, we could do an airing of the grievances. It doesn't even have to be on the air. I don't like what's going on out there. I'm Aquarius, okay? I'm a peacemaker. I just want everyone to get along. Why can't everyone just get along? Why can't everyone just get along? And there are people out there that are just trying to, you know, sow division. It's not good for either one of them. And so I did say that I would be willing to do that. It doesn't even have to be on the air. Karen's people know how to reach me if that's something that they are interested in. He said he was into it, so we'll see what happens. But I just don't know why everybody can't get along. We're not out of the woods yet. Are we out of the woods yet? Are we in the clear yet? No, nobody is. And so all of this division is not good for anyone. I'm just a peacemaker. I want everyone to get along. And Boston 25 has also picked up the story. So let's take a look at what they're reporting. All right, here we go. It says right here, member of Canton Police placed on leave due to allegations of misconduct. Let me go to reader mode. And this was just posted this morning, a little while ago. Canton, Mass., a member of the Canton Police Department has been placed on leave due to allegations of misconduct. I mean, do you think that if it is good, do you think he's going to be the only one? I mean, Kevin Albert was already, they did, a mini IA investigation into him for losing his gun and badge, right? What was his final punishment, Kevin Albert? When he went out drinking on the Cape, when he and Proctor were, allegedly investigating a cold case of beers, maybe, on the Cape. There was some sort of an investigation into Kevin Albert, and I think his final punishment was something like he got docked 5 days vacation pay or something. Yeah, something like that, right, Jason? A couple of days. Thank you, Brittany. Thanks, Brittany. Do not speak for someone else's attorney. Do not post rumors. Do not assume facts. That will get you a really quick timeout. I can't have it. I can't have it in the chat. It's like a big game of telephone, and I'm not playing. I'm not playing. It's easy. It's easy to follow the rules. Okay. The town of Canton released a statement on Monday that says that on October 24th, they were notified of allegations of misconduct concerning a member of the town's police department. I'm going to connect the dots here and tell you that I think they were notified by the Norfolk County DA's office. I think that is what Greg Connor was referring to in the papers that we read all the way back then. It says the person placed on leave was not identified. After learning about the allegations, the town hired an independent investigator to conduct an investigation. The town and the town's police department take all allegations of misconduct seriously. This is just from the press release we just read. Members of the town's police department are expected to perform their duties in a professional manner. The town is committed to providing the quality and level of service that the citizens of Canton deserve from their police department. To that end, we will take the necessary steps to ensure that actions by individual officers do not jeopardize that quality and level of service, the town statement said. Earlier this year, an independent audit of the Canton Police Department found missteps in the handling of the Karen Reed investigation. This audit came out before Reed's second trial. Reed was found, this is the best sentence of the whole article. Reed was found not guilty. Reed was found not guilty in O'Keefe's death in June. This is a developing story. So we'll say Gallagher is already retired. We know that because he came up from Florida to testify in trial number 2, and he had a nice golfer's tan. What Canton PD? Lank is still there, right? Is Lank still with Canton PD? Anybody know where Lank is? I know somebody made a chart about who's where. Yeah, if you're on the replay, or even if you're not, smash the like button now so that it pushes the video out. That is actually a really nice thing to do. Lank retired? Oh, and thanks, Leanna. And was Sergeant Goode was promoted after his testimony, right? I don't think he was a sergeant when he first testified. Was he? Was Sergeant was Lank was Goode, Sean Goode, a sergeant when he testified at the first trial? I don't think so. I think at some point he was promoted. Everyone is either promoted or retired. Because if you retire, you get to keep your pension, right? Lank's texts with Proctor would be fire, would be tea, would be tea. Yes. You may recall, Sergeant, I don't know if he was a sergeant at the time, but Lank has been inserting himself into Albert family business since the 90s. We know that. There are papers proving it. There was a lawsuit by the Lapolito brothers. We went over that at length. If you're just new to this case, I don't even know how many hundreds of hours of coverage on Karen Reed. Pre-production season 1, the entire first trial, the entire post-production of season 1, pre-production season 2, post-trial motions, the entire trial of season 2, all of the post Karen Reed stuff that has happened since hundreds of hours of coverage, hundreds. And we know that there was a lawsuit by the Lapolito brothers, and I may be pronouncing it wrong, maybe Lapolato brothers, because in the 90s, Lank got involved because one of the Alberts was drinking in a bar, and I don't know, something happened. They got in a fight of some sort, and then Lank might have beat up one of the guys. If somebody can summarize that, Lopolato. Lank got involved. He was questioned about it, I think, a little bit at the first trial. And then there was another incident, I think, involving Tim Albert, when Tim Albert smashed into a woman at a red light. And then he fled the scene. And yet he left breadcrumbs, like Hansel and Gretel. He left the trail of oil going all the way back. Lopolato. Thank you, Lopolato. You know I need phonetic help, Mass Dad. He led a trail of oil all the way back to 34 Fairview, and Lank also responded to that one. And I don't remember what happened with Tim Albert. I think Tim Albert had to get in trouble because, the oil just, led them all the way back to 34 Fairview. For those of you who don't know, Brian Albert grew up in that home with his family. I think there are 6 Albert siblings, or 6 boys and 1 girl, and nobody ever talks about the daughter. But they grew up in that house. So people who knew the Alberts knew that that's where they lived. And Lank has been covering up. He's like, maybe the Ray Donovan, maybe, of the Albert family since the 90s. Why? I have no idea. But we'll see. Goode was on dispatch. That's right, Melissa. Sergeant Goode was the sergeant on dispatch. He's the one who took Kerry Roberts' call when Kerry Roberts called in. We talked about the Blizzard party and stuff. And, have you guys picked anybody up? My friend, John O'Keefe, he's a Boston police officer. His girlfriend's worried because he didn't come home. And, I just think maybe he fell asleep on someone's couch or something, no big whoop. And then they giggled about how, Sean Goode was like, yeah, I wasn't invited to the party. I was here, unfortunately. And then he had Kelly Dever take over dispatch so that he could go to the scene. And he did. He was one of the friendlies. They were waiting for a friendly. Remember, Alan Jackson said that during trial 1. They were waiting for a friendly. And I think the friendly they were waiting for was Lank. But Goode was with him. And Lank and Goode were the only ones that Brian Albert led into his house that morning, as I recall. Did anybody ever ask them if they heard a dog barking? Because I don't remember that. So there's that. Crazy Brazilian says, can you envision a scenario in which Proctor sends Goode the pictures later incorporated into his report? That could be possible. That could be possible. Remember, there were 2 police reports that were turned over. The first police report was turned over to David Yannetti on the date of Karen's arraignment on February 2nd of 2022. It had some photographs attached to it that I think were taken by Canton PD, and I don't remember what the photos were of, but they were not of pieces of taillight. And then when they exchanged the second police report in discovery, the second police report, it was not called an amended or supplemental police report. It was purported to be the same police report they turned over before, except the photographs had been replaced with photographs taken by MSP and or the CERT team of the taillight pieces. So it's like, oops, could be. Could be. Thank you, Crazy Brazilian, for your super chat. Happy Housewife says, became a member. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Hi, Kyle. Kyle says they sure spent a lot of money and effort to persecute Karen for an imaginary collision, yet they, Albert's Canton PD, are running over people left and right. It's insane, right? Thanks, Kyle. Canton PD equals Brewbaker, says Greg S. Thanks, Greg, for tuning in from Australia. Fishtastic fish fists. That's a tongue twister so early. Thanks for your 20. Grave concerns posted on X. A friend in the MSP reported Proctor texted a Canton cop. It wasn't important to go out to a crime scene because it's just dirty blank, and I hope he dies. This was Friday before Microdot's tweet. Well, until that text is made public, I cannot confirm it. Would it surprise me that Proctor was texting racial slurs? No, because Rosemary Scapicchio said so to the reporters last week. And we did read that article in which she said that she represents two clients, Miles King and Sean Johnson. They're both Black. And she said, this is going to be a hard conversation that I need to have with my clients because of the horrific things in these messages that are completely relevant to the bias that Proctor may have displayed in his investigation of my clients. And so I cannot confirm that exact tweet, but I can say that Rosemary Scapicchio said that what she found in that phone extraction that Proctor said about her clients was horrific. And we do know that there were racial and homophobic things in the text messages because that has also been made public, but the exact text messages, not yet. Christine, Melanie, did you hear Turtle Boy said a rumor going around is that Proctor checked himself into some kind of hospital? I wonder if it's true. Again, this is like the kind of rumor that I don't want to give any legs to. Thank you for your 5 and I'll take it, but I'm not, I don't have any confirmation of that. And I did hear that he said it was a rumor, and that is, again, what I don't like to spread in the chat because I can't confirm it. I can't confirm it. So I don't know. So I don't like to talk about people's health conditions if that is true. You know, that's like Proctor texting things about Karen's health conditions to his buddies, and it's not something I want to give legs to. Okay, just guide your actions accordingly, please. Fishtastic Fish Fist said I accidentally deleted my super chat. Damn it. Oh, what do you mean? Did you send a question that you didn't? I picked it up. I mean, I got it. If you want to email me the question that you deleted by accident, you may. I'll allow it. You have to be smart enough to find my email in the show notes below. Jeannie says, our beautiful tribute, Melanie, may the odds be ever in your favor. Maybe the odds be ever in your favor as well, Jeannie, thank you. Happy housewife for you. Super sticker. Mind Journey with Lori Donnelly is here. Thanks for your 5. Tully and Lank need to be investigated for Tully for Turtle Boy entrapment. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, that's a given. We know that. We've seen the messages. We've heard a lot about the messages. We did 15 hours of coverage on Mark Bettero's Mega Motion, and we clicked on every single Olivia hyperlink. And we know it was a setup. I kept saying that grand jury subpoena that they served on Turtle Boy was a bump or a nudge. And we looked at another FBI guy who told us what that is. And if you watch Donna Adelson, you know what that is. A bump or a nudge is when the investigators know a person's triggers and they do something to bump or nudge them into potentially doing something to either implicate themselves or so that they can violate their bail conditions and put them in jail. And that's exactly what they did. And the text messages from Jennifer McCabe, aren't you going to do something? Why don't you just do something? Why don't we just arrest him? Proctor said, why don't we just arrest him? Then, in my opinion, that grand jury subpoena served on Lindsay was a bump because they knew, and we know, that Lindsay was texting with Tully, Kate Peter, not so confidential informant, mafia asshole, and Ken Mello, yeah, the special prosecutor hired to prosecute Aidan Carney. They were all in a group text message thread talking about him. And they probably used Lindsay tickling the wire. That's right. Legion provocateur. They were tickling the wire. Exactly. Tickle the wire is what they call it too. They served him with that grand jury subpoena. If they served Lindsay with it, she would call him and tell him about it. He would want to talk to her. They would get him in a situation that they could use because they were both in the same place to violate his bail conditions and throw him in jail. And he did. He'd spent 60 days in jail. 60 days in jail. In what I believe was a setup. Thank you for your 5. Christine says, the dominoes are falling. Christine Mitchell says, from all the way across the pond, she can see it. We all see it. Proctor got waffled this year and gifted a membership. Thank you. Bridget says, the puzzle pieces are coming together. I can't wait to see the whole picture. This has been going on for a long time. It's going to be going on for a long time. Thanks, Bridget. And thanks, Gigi, for gifting a membership. You're awesome. You're awesome. Thank you, Elaine, for your awesome, very generous Venmo. It says, bless you for all you do. Bless you, Elaine, for being such a kind and generous contributor to the channel. You're amazing. Let's leave that there for a second, but I'm sure while we're on this live stream, many more things will break, as they always do, and then we always pivot over. A lot of people I saw commenting, and a lot of people sent to me today that a couple of Karen's attorneys in the civil case, in the O'Keefe case against Karen, the Waterfall, and CF McCarthy's, have withdrawn, and that there are a couple of new attorneys that have filed appearances on her behalf in the civil case. And so I took a look at it in the docket, and what it seems to be to me is that the attorneys that are with Mellick and Porter have all withdrawn, and that a couple of new attorneys who are with a firm called Tang and Maravellis had made appearances. So I'm just going to show you the Mellick and Porter website to explain to you that this is not a big deal. This is just very common. Doesn't really mean anything. Don't read too much into it. Mellick and Porter, here's their website. They are an insurance defense firm. They represent insurance companies. And so if you are in a car accident, say, this wasn't really a car accident, but let's say you are a person and you are really in a car accident and you have car insurance. Let's say Allstate is your insurance company. The reason that you pay for car insurance is so that if you're ever in an accident and the other person sues you, your insurance company hires lawyers to defend you. So it is my opinion that Mellick and Porter is insurance counsel for her, and they were appointed by her insurance company. And then for whatever reason, her insurance company has now hired this other firm called Tang and Maravellis. And they too they provide professional legal services to insurance companies. See? So they also work for insurance companies. So this is really not a big thing. This happens all the time. And so it could be that they have more experience, this new firm, Tang and Maravellis, with complex litigation. It could be that they've just decided to put another law firm on retainer. It really doesn't mean anything. It's really not that big of a deal. It's not, Karen had nothing to do with it. So also don't get confused about that. Karen had nothing to do with it. When you have an insurance company, they are in charge of your attorneys. They pay your attorneys. You have really no say in who they hire. Okay. So it has nothing to do with her. This is not, in my opinion, this is not a move on her part. This is her insurance carrier who is potentially risking a lot of money depending on the limits of her insurance policy, which I don't know what the limits are, but I do know that she owned a home, and I do know that she made a lot of money. And I do know that if you own a home and you're successful, you also usually have an umbrella policy, which is excess insurance, which oftentimes is a different carrier than your auto carrier. And so perhaps they decided to go with a more experienced firm. Perhaps the excess carrier was like, we're going to take over, and it could be a different company. And they're like, we want our attorneys. There's a lot of complex litigation and complex decisions that are made. And they're just business decisions made by insurance companies, because they're the ones who are going to be on the hook if there's ever a payout, which in this case, I don't think there's ever going to be, because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. A car was not hit by John O'Keefe. ARCA said so. Dr. La Posada said so. So many doctors said so. And even the medical examiner, Irene Scorti-Bello, could not confirm that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. There was no collision. And so this is really, don't get all upset about it. It's really nothing to be concerned about in any way, shape, or form. And in my opinion, it likely has nothing to do with Karen at all. Okay? So there's that. That was the other matter in the Reed matter that I wanted to bring to your attention. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, breaking news before we move on. Signet says Karen probably can't speak publicly right now lest she get wrapped up in Turtle Boy's case, and it seems that they're looking for any reason to do that. What do you think of that? She spoke publicly during the pendency of her case, both cases, right? She did interviews with Boston Magazine, Vanity Fair, 2020, Nightline, Dateline, this line, that line. And so she did do a lot of public speaking even before she was acquitted, right? And so I don't know about that. But what I do know, or what I hear out there from you guys, is that she may or may not have been in other creators' chats or asking other creators to speak for her. And I don't know if that's really her. I really don't know a lot about it, but I just think the beef needs to be squashed and everyone should just get along. And that's why I just think, you know, sometimes the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I just don't like to see anybody hurt or not getting along or trying to cause beef. And so it just upsets me, is all. Just upsets me. And I like to see people get along. Hold on. Kurt Smith says, do you think that Proctor's texts are, do you think with Proctor's texts and more people falling that somebody might flip? I mean, you never know. You never know what's going to happen, right? Anything could happen at any time. And so you just never know. What are they going to flip about? I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that are really, really scared. And you know when you could tell? You know when you could tell how scared they are? Is when they start coming after me. If there's a big push to come after me on the cesspool of Twitter, you know something big is about to break. Because they just want to distract you. They just want to distract you. And when you're effective, they want to disparage you, make you look like a liar, or you're old or fat or ugly or whatever. Who cares? Doesn't matter. And it's exactly what happened, right? There's a lot of people who are running very scared right now, wondering what could be in there that could implicate them. Think about it. Think about it. This is a very incestuous town. Everybody knows everybody who knows everybody. Julie Albert told Courtney Proctor that she wanted to get Michael Proctor a gift when it was all over. And it wasn't that the same exact day as Karen's arraignment? Why? Why would she want to get him a thank you gift? And also think about, you know, during trial number 1, the messages that came out of Proctor's were I think very narrow, right? Those were all before trial number 1 for sure, because the TUI drop from the feds was in February of 2024. That's when all those documents were turned over by Josh Levy, who was the acting U.S. attorney for Massachusetts, to Karen Reed's team and Adam Lally. And there was a conference call in which Josh Levy said to both sides, listen, in good conscience, I cannot allow this case to go to trial. And he dumped over 3,000 pages of federal materials on them. And Laura McLaughlin quickly said, oh, I went through it all, Judge. There's 95% of that is in line with the theory of our case. There's nothing exculpatory in there. And all of Proctor's text messages that came out at trial were in there. And I'm sure there was a lot more that wasn't allowed in at trial, but we won't know about that until we see the sidebars of Judge Kenomi. And hopefully Corey Hopkins' lawsuit will be effective soon and we'll get to see the sidebars. But think about those text messages between Proctor and all of his childhood friends. And I remember him testifying that there was something like 35,000 messages or something. They had this ongoing text thread for years. And as soon as that federal dump came out in February of 2024, that's when Michael Proctor disposed of his phone and he got a new phone. He didn't retain his old phone. And that's exactly when he set everything to delete every 30 days, but it didn't. So think about all the potential material in that phone, not just text messages, because as you know, as we know, the Commonwealth was entitled and allowed by Judge Krupp to do a total extraction of Proctor's phone in August of 2025. And it wasn't just text messages. It was emails. It was photos. It was audio files. It was video files going all the way back to 2013. Hundreds of thousands of items. That also was in the papers. Hundreds of thousands of items. Thousands of them were sensitive, according to ADA Greg Connor, and include intimate body parts of people not involved in the group text messages. So it's not just text messages, it's other stuff too. And it's a treasure trove of information that could implicate a lot of people, his supervisors who may not have been on vacation at the time. And also, you know, things before that, those messages about Karen Read that could implicate other people in other investigations, and things after February of 2024, up to and including August of 2025. So just think about that. 18 months of additional text messages, emails, photos, voicemails, audio files. And we know that Proctor kept texting with people after the trial because there were some text messages that came out in probably one of the Better motions or Better letters in which Proctor said something like, I couldn't watch that a-hole's closing because, you know, things have been really tense around here. Like he didn't learn. He didn't learn. He's like a child who has no ramifications for his behavior and just keeps on giving. He's a talker, Nicola. He's a talker. Nancy says, thanks for explaining the insurance thing. A lot of bots are stirring the pot. I know. You guys have to rise above it. Listen, 80% of you say that you don't engage on Twitter, and so a lot of people might not even know what's going on over there. But I think you're smarter than that, right? Mind Journey with Lori Donnelly, thanks for your 10, says she is on probation. She could get put in jail if she violates. They will do anything to get her. And that's why they're trying to get her phone. Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, they made up a whole freaking car accident, try and pin it on the girl during the course of 2 entire trials, and then hired a whole bunch of experts and an outside prosecutor to come in to the tune of how many millions of dollars are we up to on this that the town and the county and the state of Massachusetts has paid to persecute Karen Read twice? Ridiculous. Anna says her talking before didn't look good. She may be trying not to do that again. Her lawyers may be advising her to distance while this is all happening. You don't understand. Okay, that's great. And I do. I appreciate that. But by going into chats on other creators' channels, she's not being silent. And Nick Rocco, who is friends with Karen, has said, yes, that was Karen. Okay, so I see what you are saying, but what is happening is not a good look. And people are saying that that was Karen. And if it was Karen, then I think that just, you know, let's just clear up the record is all. Why can't we just clear up the record? Because what I see out there that you guys are sending me is that she is losing a lot of public support. And I don't like that for her. So clarify the record. That's all. Thanks, Anna. I agree with you. But if you go out there surreptitiously and are speaking through other people and also speaking potentially as yourself in the chat, it kind of like stirring the pot. It was confirmed to be her by Nick Rocco. Yes, it was. I mean, if anybody can say that it wasn't, say that it wasn't. But, you know, listen, Karen Read was wrongfully persecuted. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And Aidan Carney didn't deserve to go to jail for 60 days for being a journalist. And for some trumped up, made up charges that, you know, he was set up. It's called stirring the pot. Yeah, it is. It's called stirring the pot. And it's not good. It's not good for anybody. It's not good. It's not good for the people like you who were, who were staunchly supporting Karen Read through everything and donating to her defense fund and supporting her through it all. And so I don't know. I like to see people get along. And if there's any way to make that happen, that would be great, because united we stand, divided we fall. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And here's another reason why we have to be careful about what we say on the tubes of you. Let's take a look at this. Decision came down in Colorado the other day on the BARRY MORPHEW case. And because of YouTube, because of a YouTuber, they have pulled the cameras out of the courtroom, okay? Now, this is not open season to bash other creators. And if I see it happening, or, if the mods see it happening, because Team Brittany and Little Cupcake and LawTube's most hated mod are on it. It is not open season on other creators to bash them. But I will say that JLR did come to Dedham one day and was chasing Karen Read around saying, "You're a murderer, you're a murderer, you're a murderer." I don't know JLR. I don't watch his content. I don't watch his channel. If anybody has the clip of that, you can email it to me and we can watch it. But here's what happened in the Morphew case. Okay, BARRY MORPHEW is accused of taking life of his wife, Suzanne, in Colorado. I can't even give you like a brief rundown on it, but the most important thing that I want to do right now with you is read the court's decision, okay? Because here is what is going on in Colorado. I went to college there. I went to law school there. I love Colorado. They have some strict rules on televising trials, okay? Here in New York, we do not have cameras in courtrooms. We just don't. It's never been a thing. They don't do it here. Federal courts never have cameras. There are many states that are very generous with allowing live streaming. We're very, very lucky that we got to watch Karen Read's trial live streamed twice, right? There are other trials. I think it was it the West trial that we covered in California when I was with Duty Ron for a while. There was only audio, I think, of that trial in the West case. Other states have audio only, but it's delayed and it doesn't come out until the next day. Indiana, there were no cameras in the courtroom for Rick Allen's trial. And so judges have wide discretion, as we know. And so this judge in Colorado, I'm going to tell you what happened, and it's like, okay, I'm pulling the cameras out of the courtroom. Here, this just came out. I don't know what the date of this is. 10/27/25. Today again is November 3rd, and this is in the people of the state of Colorado versus BARRY MORPHEW. This is in Alamosa County, Colorado, and this is an order granting defendants unopposed motion to cease unmonitored live stream of court proceedings. It's 10 pages. I'm not going to read every line of it, but I just want to give you a gist of what had happened here. Okay. Yeah. Florida is very open. Georgia is very open. And I can't find JLR's stream on this particular hearing. He may have had to take it. He may have taken it down, but if anybody has a link to it, can you please send it to me just so I can take a look at it, because I want to see if the comments are still up, because this is what the judge had a problem with, the comments on this and the commentary, I guess. Okay. Thank you, Team Brittany, for saying that if you come in here bashing other creators, you will leave for a 24-hour trip to blockity block. It's just so easy just to be nice. Just think before you hit send is all. That's all. I support Aiden. I support Karen. I support them both. I'm not picking a side. I just want everyone to get along, because it's not good for anybody when there are people out there who specifically want to sow division. It doesn't need to be like that. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. This matter came before me on the defense, and it's so weird the way the judge refers to him or herself as me, but this is the order. This matter came before me on the defendant's unopposed motion to cease unmonitored live stream of court proceedings, filed on September 19th of 2025. The defendant's motion attempts to address violations of Colorado statute and Chief Justice Directives 2302 concerning the recording of live-streamed criminal proceedings. For the following reasons, the motion is hereby granted. Both this case and the prior one against BARRY MORPHEW have garnered an unbelievable amount of local, state, national, and international attention. If you enter Mr. Morphew's name into any internet search engine, many thousands of results return. This is perhaps not surprising considering the explosion of interest in the true crime genre with the development of podcasts and streaming television in the last decade. There are more than 20,000 true crime podcasts in existence and available on free podcast services like Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Several podcasts have already covered this case against Mr. Morphew in some capacity. Listen to this. But this level of interest has also increased the level of difficulty a court such as mine has in protecting the right to a fair trial and the safety of those involved in these sorts of cases. There have been 2 court dates in this matter since the grand jury returned an indictment against Mr. Morphew on June 18th of 2025. Both have been available to the public via the state's live streaming service. Following the September 2nd, 2025 status conference, so this was September 2nd of 2025, 9/2/25. It came to my attention that an individual with a YouTube channel called JLR Investigates posted a recording of the status conference, including the admonition that there shall be no recording made. So I guess on the screen, it said something like no recording allowed. And it said that right on the stream that JLR posted. And I don't know if he did it live or I don't know if he did it after the fact. I don't even really know because there's not a lot of detail in here. And I don't watch his channel, so I don't know. JLR Investigates unlawful recording included comments from some of the 17,000 plus people who viewed the unlawful recording. I'm going to also tell you that 17,000 views in the world of YouTube is not a lot. Okay, so this is one of his probably lesser viewed streams. Footnote 1 says, both the content of the screenshots of the unlawful recordings and the commentary by viewers was redacted in the publicly available version of the motion and will not be repeated here in this publicly available order to prevent further harm coming from this behavior. The unredacted version of the defendant's motion will remain available for appellate court review. Okay, so it wasn't just whatever the commentary was by JLR. I don't even know if he just like restreamed the hearing and didn't do any commentary on it, or if he did, I'm not even really sure. But the comments are another reason why the court is pulling the cameras from the courtroom. The comments that the viewers made on the video, threatening the judge, threatening the lawyers, threatening the defendant, his family, victim's family. Because here, some of the commentary, including from JLR, okay, so I guess he did do commentary, takes issue with the constitutional requirement that the defendant is presumed innocent until proven otherwise, propounds several conspiracy theories concerning this case, and threatens violence against me, attorneys for both sides, and others, including several victims. But JLR Investigates is not the only YouTube channel that unlawfully recorded and then posted live streamed hearings in this matter. Footnote 2 says, the defendant's motion also discussed the conduct of another YouTube channel that similarly displayed unlawfully recorded live streamed proceedings and channels that recorded other concerning behavior related to this case. I took these to be examples of the most egregious behavior that unfolded after the September 2nd, 2025 hearing, not an exhaustive list. These individuals, including JLR Investigates, will hereafter be referred to as the, quote, offending observers. The names of these additional offending observers are being excluded to prevent further traffic to their channels, thus compounding the problem they created. What do we say? Innocent until proven guilty. In my opinion, the conspiracy surrounding the Karen Reed case was that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. That was the conspiracy. Hold on. Fairy dust, exactly. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things. Taylor Swift lyrics are always welcome, as are Grateful Dead and Dave Matthews. Roman 1. Pausing the availability of the public's access to live streaming does not run afoul of the constitutional right to a public trial. Defendants accused of criminal conduct are entitled to a public trial by both the United States and Colorado constitutions. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. The right to a public trial belongs largely to the accused. This is so that the public may see the defendant is fairly dealt with and not unjustly condemned, and that the presence of interested spectators may keep his triers keenly alive to a sense of their responsibility and to the importance of their functions. Citing a U.S. Supreme Court case Waller versus Georgia from 1984 and a Colorado case from 2025. Contrary to the purposes for which the offending observers have used it, the right to a public trial exists for the purposes of preserving an accused's right to the presumption of innocence and in ensuring legal professionals provide the best, most competent service possible to the communities we serve. The right to a public trial is not without its parameters or limitations, and it can be waived. Even constitutional rights can be waived, although I should indulge every reasonable presumption against such a waiver. I do not find that in making a request to disallow live streaming of the proceedings, the defendant is waiving his right to a public trial generally, but he is volunteering to have a limitation placed on that right. Thank you, Jackie. Jackie Benigno, are you related to Samantha Benigno? Since you and me and all our friends, such a happy human race. I would sing that for you too, but my voice is not really working so well. Thank you for the Dave Matthews. Thank you for the Dave Matthews reference. Samantha is your sister. We love Samantha. Thanks. Thanks for tuning in, Jackie. Change your username. They will come for you. I know. Thank you. Thank you, Dorado. My moms are working hard this morning to keep the chat classy. It's not hard. You know why? Because they know about this order on Morphew. And because they're very well versed in YouTube, and because they've been protecting me since the channel first started. You can't allow comments like that to hang around out there. We police our comments very, very, very diligently. Because we know that this stuff happens and we don't want to be one of those channels. So thank you for appreciating it, because the mods are amazing. Public trials do not only belong to the accused. Public access to criminal trials permits the public to participate in and serve as a check upon the judicial process, an essential component in our structure of government. The benefits to the public of access to criminal proceedings include allowing the public to see that the accused is fairly dealt with, something we did not get to see in the Rick Allen trial. 2, ensuring that judges and prosecutors discharge their duties responsibly, encouraging witnesses to come forward, discouraging perjury, allowing victims and the community to know that offenders are being brought to justice. These laudable purposes cease to exist, however, when some members of the public exploit access to criminal proceedings for purposes antithetical to these goals. I don't know what I think about this order. Like, I don't know that, because one person or a couple of people are out there, it's going to happen no matter what about cases like this. But is that a reason to really shut down public access to live streaming of trials? I don't know. There's always bad apples, right? There's always people out there that aren't going to follow the rules, right? There's certain channels, I'm not naming any names, that are certain channels that are built on drama, conspiracy theories, bashing victims and their families, accusing people of things, you know, that they didn't necessarily do because it hasn't been proven yet. And really like going after victims and their families. It happens in a lot of missing children cases. I would just say that, right? Not every restriction to the public's access to criminal matters results in a constitutional violation. There's a 4-part test announced in Waller to determine if a courtroom closure complies with the Sixth Amendment. Number 1, has the party seeking to close the courtroom advanced an overriding interest that is likely to be prejudiced? Number 2, is the closure no broader than is necessary to protect that interest? 3, are there reasonable alternatives to closing the proceeding? And 4, have I made findings adequate to support the closure? Here's the thing also that's going to happen. Let me just break from this for a second to tell you. Remember when we listened to the hearing because they only had like a party line option? It was a hearing that Tim Bradle did. It was in Salem. It must have been on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And the judge was yelling at Bradle because there was so much public interest that it overloaded their phone system. And their phone system couldn't handle all of the people that wanted to log in because it was more than 10 people. I'm going to submit to you that by doing this, it may overload any system. These courts are not equipped, right? They don't have the technology necessarily to support the amount of public interest in these cases, the amount of people that want to watch it. So when Law and Crime live streams it, when Court TV live streams it, a lot of people are watching it, right? A lot of YouTubers are restreaming it so that there are tens of hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people in the case of Karen Read, watching the trial every single day. The court systems can't handle the volume. They don't have the technology for it. So I don't know that this is really the least restrictive means, just cutting it off. And I don't know why, just because there's maybe 1 or 2 or 3 bad apples, that they need to cut it off. Because it's going to happen in every single case, whether you live stream a trial or not, right? You've seen it if you've been around YouTube enough and like in the true crime genre enough. Yeah, right. Dedham only got Wi-Fi. The Norfolk Superior Court only got Wi-Fi right before Karen Read's first trial. Like they didn't even have air conditioning, right? The Sixth Amendment guarantees a right to a trial that is open to the public, meaning that the public has a reasonable opportunity to be physically present to observe the proceedings. Nothing in my ruling will prevent that opportunity. Well, it will, because if you don't have enough seats in the courtroom for all the people that want to watch, what happens is, and we saw this in Delphi, right? We've seen it in a lot of other cases. We saw it at Karen Read's first trial. You know, people are lining up in chairs and sleeping out in the rain to get a seat in the courtroom. Name some other trials that we've seen that lately. People are hiring line sitters to sit in line for them. You know, at Karen Read's second trial, I think they only had 10 media passes per week. You know, there were 10 seats for the media, 10 seats for Karen family and friends, and 10 seats for the victim's family and friends. And there was no public seating at Karen Read's trial. That's why the live streaming of that trial provided a public service for all of the public that wanted to watch the trial, right? Johnny Depp, right? People were sleeping out for that one, Jessica. And so do you want that outside your courthouse? Do you want people sleeping out in sleeping bags with folding chairs and soccer mom chairs outside your courthouse lining up? Then you got to hire security to watch those people, make sure nobody gets hurt or no fights break out, because some fights broke out, in front of the Dedham Superior Court or the Norfolk Superior Court. Didn't Grant Smith Ellis and Jess Machado have an altercation outside the courthouse one day about the line? I think I seem to remember that somewhere in my brain. Hold on. The judge goes on to say, in contrast, if I do not pause the unfettered live streaming of hearings in this case, at best, the unlawful recordings and venomous commentary, venomous in quotes, may affect both or either party's right to a fair trial by tainting the small jury pool through the prevalence of factual inaccuracies and the court of public opinion. That's assuming that every potential juror in Alamosa County is watching JLR's show. Like, I don't know. I don't know about this. That's why jury selection is such an important part of any case, right? And that's why attorneys question potential jurors to weed them out. Ones who have been poisoned by the venomous commentary of YouTubers, you weed those people out, right? And that's why we are a channel that is based on facts and court documents and police reports. Apparently, there are some channels who are not like that. While the impact of outside commentary is not an uncommon concern in a high-profile case, what is occurring because of the behavior of the offending observers rises to a level of seriousness beyond that which something like a change of venue could resolve. At worst, the calls for and acts of violence against the parties and legal professionals will lead to someone being physically hurt. It's right there in the court order. It is highlighted in blue for your convenience because that's how important I thought that sentence was. At worst, the calls for and acts of violence against the parties and legal professionals will lead to someone being physically hurt. There must have been comments about that on this particular live stream. And or the YouTuber said things like that in his commentary, which I don't know. I cannot confirm or deny. But enough that the judge got scared and got scared for the safety of the parties and the lawyers that they're pulling cameras out of the courtroom. Roman 2. Both the Colorado statute on live streaming and concomitant judicial policies allow for the suspension of access to live streamed court proceedings. In 2023, the Colorado legislature mandated that criminal proceedings in open court be made available for remote public viewing and listening in real time, according to Colorado Revised Statute 13.1.132 3.5a. There are several reasons for limiting this process, including that the courtroom does not have sufficient technological capabilities. Members of the public have been excluded from the criminal proceeding by order of the court. Technology, staffing, or internet issues limit or prevent remote observation. After a request by a party, witness, or victim, or on the court's own motion, the court makes findings on the record based on the particular facts and circumstances of the case that there is a reasonable likelihood remote observation of live proceedings risks compromising the safety of any person, including risks to physical and emotional safety, intimidation, and harassment, the defendant's right to a fair trial, including violations of sequestration orders, or the victim's rights pursuant to the Victims' Rights Act. And there is no less restrictive alternative that prevents the public's interest in remote observation while mitigating the identified risk, including allowing a remote audio-only observation while disabling video observation or turning off remote observation at particular times. I'm going to put you on hold for 1 second while I just go turn the fan on. Oh, that reminds me of the county trial because it's getting hot in here. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I didn't left swipe and mute. I went out on purpose. I just said I had to turn the fan on. Okay. Lucy, that's a good comment, and I'm going to star that one to pull it up later. The statute requires that the court ensure that there is no audio or visual recording without the permission of the court and gives examples of what reasonable steps must be taken in the same vein. The Colorado Judicial Department has already taken those steps, which it can, including several warnings that recording is prohibited. Additional measures are not possible in this situation, as explained below. The statute also allows the Supreme Court to prescribe rules of procedure in implementing the statute. The Supreme Court has done so via Chief Justice Directive. Live streaming criminal trial court proceedings provides a list of considerations that must be made before limiting live streaming. And here's the list of considerations. Whether there is a reasonable likelihood that live streaming would interfere with the rights of the parties to a fair trial. Whether there is a reasonable likelihood that live streaming would create any adverse consequence to a party, attorney, victim, or witness. Whether there is a reasonable likelihood that live streaming would unduly detract from the solemnity, decorum, and dignity of the court. Whether any prior violations of this directive or other rules of the court have occurred in the same manner. The level of public interest in the case. Consideration of the Victim Rights Act, whereby the victim has the right to be present in person, by phone, virtually, by court or video or similar technology for all critical stages of the criminal justice process. And consideration of the Americans with Disabilities Act, whereby deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind individuals may request communication access services by completing the standard judicial ADA request form. Furthermore, live streaming shall only occur when viewers conduct themselves in a manner consistent with the solemnity, decorum, and dignity of this courtroom. I mean, listen, you can't police every single viewer. Have you ever tried to survive in the law and crime chat? Anyone? Have you ever tried to survive over in the law and crime chat during any part of the Karen Read case? It's a jungle over there. The CJD further confirms that there shall be no recording of any live stream proceeding, but that nothing in the CJD modifies the process for expanded media coverage. The actions of the offending observers meet the criteria necessary to restrict live streaming in this case under both the statute and the CJD. Court TV too. Their chat was also was like at the Hunger Games over there. That's why good moderators are so important on YouTube, and I have the best. Love them so much. First, the offending observers and some commenting on their unlawful recordings have advocated and outright threatened harm against me, attorneys for both sides, the defendant, and most disturbingly, the victims of this matter. I love you more. While these types of threats towards those involved in the justice system are unfortunately no longer uncommon, individuals who are either followers and or like-minded to the offending observers have taken it steps further by doing things like doxing the former judge on this matter. I wasn't aware of that. Oh, thanks, Megan. There's going to be another press release out of Canton today after lunchtime, because Joe Perkins emailed the tweeter called Unfiltered Thoughts at 11:49 a.m. and said the town will be releasing another press release after lunchtime. It will contain more details. I will forward your email to DC Cheryl for fulfillment of your FOIA request. She is CC'd on the email. Thank you, Joe Perkins. Look at Megan getting right on it. Megan A. Megan A. It's coming. It's coming. And that was half an hour ago. As soon as it lands in my inbox, we'll go over it because, you know, we're here already. And to the people who are sending me emails saying, am I in timeout? Probably. Probably. I saw a lot of timeouts fly by. There's no way for me to check it. But there have been several warnings in the chat. So you probably are. There's no way for me to check it on the back end. So can't help you now. Only you can help yourself. So apparently the former judge got doxxed. If anybody has any receipts on that, kindly email it to me. I'll take a look. sending threatening letters to the home and work addresses of attorneys involved in the case, and leaving a dead fox on the front porch of one of the attorneys' homes. Okay. That is beyond the pale of simple commentary on their work to hold them accountable or disagreement with my decisions on the course of this case or the course of this case. These are terrifying, unlawful attempts at intimidation and harassment that have no place in our justice system. What about the person that hung a giant tortoise by a noose outside of Aidan Carney's mother's house? Did anybody ever find out who did that? No, I don't think they did. And that was like a couple of days after his mom had passed away. Yeah, it was a giant tortoise, and they had poked a hole through the tortoise's head to hang it from something. It was insanity. But apparently what happened here in Colorado is that somebody left a dead fox on the front porch of one of the attorneys' homes. Sending threatening letters to the home and work addresses of attorneys involved in the case. I mean, who are these people? Second, Alamosa County has a comparatively small jury pool. While I would never prevent general publicity of any case that is of interest to the community, that publicity will likely prevent at least some in our small jury pool from being fair and impartial jurors on this matter. The actions of the offending observers threaten to exacerbate the problem by showing parts of the proceedings and its participants that the credentialed media, for good reason, are prevented from showing. Okay. Here's how other courthouses handle it. Number one, they never show the jury in the feed. Number two, they put on a white noise machine during sidebars and other parts of sensitive information. If there's a child on the stand, the cameras go off. If there's an SA victim on the stand, the cameras go off. So there are ways of handling that, right? I don't know what their court feed shows. Is it a camera that shows the whole entire courtroom? And so it picks up everybody in the room, including, I don't know. But there are ways around that, Your Honor. I submit to you. But this was the defendant's motion, and the prosecutor did not oppose it. So it says the actions of the offending observers threaten to exacerbate the problem by showing parts of the proceedings and its participants that the credentialed media, for good reason, are prevented from showing, and by making statements purporting to have some sort of inside information, in quotes, that would not ever be provided to the jury because it is not real or an actual fact. Yeah, transparency should be first and foremost, says Bailey. But here's the thing. Whether you live stream these proceedings or not, the people who do this sort of stuff, the YouTubers who do this sort of stuff, are going to do it anyway. They're just not going to be able to show the real proceedings in which hopefully the real facts will be revealed, right? So in some ways, you're sort of encouraging more misinformation when you don't allow the public to see the actual proceedings. Right? Listen, the killer of JonBenet Ramsey has never been caught, right? How much misinformation was out there about the investigation, who did it, how many conspiracy theories, the parents were blamed, the brother was blamed. This kind of stuff is going to happen regardless, in my opinion. And we saw it happen, especially in Boulder, going all the way back to the 90s when JonBenet was murdered. So I think that by preventing the real proceedings from being shown to people who, like my chat and my viewers, have excellent logic and excellent skills when it comes to breaking down testimony and watching things and forming their own opinions, that you could be causing a bigger problem. Hold on a second. Any less restrictive remedies would prove fruitless. Okay, because this is like saying, okay, you know how we went over all the pretrial documents of Karen Read and the police reports and the Canton police reports, the MSP reports, and the motions. There was a lot of information in the motions that was never shown to the jury, right? I mean, this is a slippery slope once you start going down this slope, because then are they going to make records more difficult to obtain? Because the argument could be made that if any potential jurors were watching my stream or anybody else's streams who went over all of the pretrial documents and police reports, there are a lot of parts of those police reports that were not allowed into evidence that the jury never saw, right? And that is why jury selection is so important. And that is why jurors are always asked, have you read anything about this case? Have you listened to any streams about this case? Do you follow any YouTubers about this case? And those people need to be weeded out. Yeah, Colorado's making Massachusetts look really transparent. Listen, there are certain states where you can't get records. New York is one of them. You can't get criminal records unless you're the attorney of record on the case. There are states like Arkansas where you can get mostly everything as a member of the public, except for things that they have sealed up, like Judge Barbara Elmore likes to do. Federal documents are easy if you have a PACER account. I don't know if you need to be an attorney to have a PACER account, but I have a PACER account. You just have to pay for them. The court goes on to say, any less restrictive remedies would prove fruitless. The Colorado Judicial Department has posted in several places admonitions against precisely the type of behavior which has occurred. Recording live streaming. Those warnings were ignored and even included in the unlawfully reproduced material. Switching to an audio-only format would not prevent threats and harassment toward the parties or the victims. Even if the audio is not reproduced, descriptions of the individuals involved in the case and the threatening behavior towards them are unlikely to cease. The Colorado judicial system the Colorado Judicial Department does not have the technological capability to monitor participation in live streaming, let alone the staff to then check various social media outlets to ensure no violations of the admonition against recordings have occurred. I mean, I don't know. The courts have to also go with the flow. The times are changing. The times they are changing, said my man Bob Dylan. The times they are changing, and the courts need to catch up. Listen, courts did not even allow Zoom appearances until after the panty. Okay, we can't say that word on the YouTube either. There was never any such thing as remote appearances in New York ever. And then after the panty, they had to adapt, right? They had to adjust. Courts were shut down for a long time. They had to figure it out, right? E-filing was never a thing until, well, it was before the panty, but here in New York. But e-filing was not a thing until it became available. And then before e-filing, you had to send your process server or whoever down to the courthouse to physically file papers and have them stamped, right? They've got to adapt because these things are going to happen, in my opinion, regardless of live streaming. I don't think that the live streaming is the cause of these bad actors making their threats, right? And putting a dead fox on a lawyer's stoop. I don't think that that's the cause of it, is the live streaming. There's bad apples everywhere. Panty is not a bad word now. A lot of YouTubers got completely demonetized for talking about things like, you know, the shots and stuff like that. So it's always been. It would not be judicially economical to proceed with citations for contempt of court against all of the offending observers, even if the true identities of each could be ascertained, which is unlikely. And it would be unfair and perhaps unconstitutional to proceed with citations for contempt of court against only those individuals like JLR investigates whose true identities can be known. What do you mean, Judge? Do you mean you can find out who JLR investigates is? And who the commenters are, like by their IP addresses, even though they don't use their real names? Is that what you're saying, Judge? Really? That's possible? Oh my God. Knock me over with a feather. Finally, nothing in this order prevents the credentialed media from reporting on this case pursuant to the order preemptively granting requests for expanded media coverage, which will be amended to accommodate the credentialed media who previously used the live stream. Okay, so if you're credentialed media, you can use the live stream. I don't know what that means. You can, if you're credentialed media, you can watch the live stream and report on it, or you can restream it. And what does credentialed media mean? I mean, listen, how many of you don't even watch regular television anymore and only get your news from YouTube? None of us would be able to get media credentials because we don't work for, you know, NBC, CBS, pick a station, pick a newspaper. Every state is different with regard to their credentials that they require to get for media, and that they require to get a media pass. But does that make them better reporters than the people that you watch on YouTube? Some people. Because I can point out to you like 100 examples of mainstream media reporting wrong information on the Karen Read case. We've saw it. Oh, for example, initial reports published by, I forget which network, about the Karen Read case. You know, there was a Boston police officer found dead in the snow in Canton, and his girlfriend has been arrested, and investigators say ring camera footage exists of the incident. News at 11, and it's still out there. You can still find it. Are standing outside of Canton PD live. All right, well, we can break to that in a moment. We're almost done. Furthermore, the public is welcome to observe the proceedings in person. I mean, how many seats are they going to have? Really? Alamosa, Colorado is 4.5 hours away from Boulder. Okay. I don't know where it is. I don't know a lot about it, but if you guys live there, you can tell me. Roman 3, orders. Therefore, the defendant's unopposed motion to cease unmonitored live stream of court proceedings is hereby granted. Nothing in this order changes the manner in which any victim, the defendant's family, or the staff of their respective attorney's offices may access this proceeding. Credentialed media may access and report on the proceedings as outlined in the amended order preemptively granting requests for expanded media coverage. Members of the general public may attend the proceedings held in open court in person, subject to the following conditions. So if you want to go to see the proceedings of BARRY MORPHEW, you can, but here are the conditions. Only so many people will be permitted to enter the courtroom as can safely fit in the public gallery, less accommodations for the victims, the defendant's family, and the row reserved for the credentialed media. Well, in the Karen Read trial, there were 0 public seats available. 2, members of the public will not be permitted to bring into the courthouse any cell phone, laptop, tablet, or any other electronic device capable of recording. 3, members of the public must comply with all verbal and written instruction given by security or law enforcement. 4, any person, including members of the public, credentialed media, a victim, a member of defendant's family, or a member of an attorney's staff who records, photographs, or otherwise behaves in contradiction of this order will be removed from the courtroom, will not be permitted to attend future proceedings, and may receive a citation for contempt of court. As this case continues, I may reinstate the ability to view certain proceedings via live streaming, depending on the circumstances of the particular hearing. XOXO, signed 27th day of October 2025 by the court. Amanda Hopkins is the judge's name. Amanda C. Hopkins. Not just me, us, says some media in Colorado has WebEx, but their face must remain live on screen and some other rules. Hang on. Well, Steve, who's Steve Cooper? Steve Cooper is a reporter for Boston 7 News in Boston. He 24 minutes ago posted this. Thank you to the viewer who just sent this to me, whose name I will not announce in case they don't want me to. He says, protesters gathering outside Canton Police Department at this hour after the town, through their public relations agency, announced a member of the department has been placed on paid administrative leave over allegations of misconduct. Unclear if it's related to the Karen Reed case. Here's the video. It's only a 17-second video, and I think you might recognize some of the people standing out there. Hold on. And we'll go back for questions on the Morphew order. Again, this is Steve Cooper, Channel 7 Boston News. This is outside Canton Police Headquarters a few moments ago. It looks like Peter Murphy. So there it is. Is Boston 25 live with it right now? They say they're gonna have another whatchamacallit. Press release coming shortly, so we're waiting for it. Tammy says Alamosa, Colorado is a little over 9,000. 2024 home of Adams State University. Its history is as a railroad town. I mean, you can't just say check Boston 25 because I don't know what that means. And then I'm going to sit here looking for something on Boston 25. If somebody emails it to me, I'll take a look at it. If the new press release has dropped, then we'll take a look at it. Nancy, thanks for your 5. I am one that does not engage on Twitter. If this is all true, then it is sad. Somebody says Proctor is a nasty guy. Thank you, Nancy. Gigi says, I need to stop making my candles and resume engraving the silver bracelet. Someone has to do it. Thanks for taking one for the team, Gigi. Parents, thanks to your 10. Question on commissioner email from the FBI. Could FBI have been sharing simply because he was in the chain to see evidence in the Karen Reed trial? Not a dirty move, as the feds were not going to pursue. I don't know why Boston PD commissioner would be in the chain of evidence to see anything related to the Karen Reed trial. As he said publicly, he lied about it, but he said that, he didn't know anything about the Karen Reed trial. It was never on his radar. He doesn't know anything about it. Didn't know anything. And so he would not have been in any chain of evidence to see anything on the Karen Reed trial at all. In fact, there was a federal order prohibiting the attorneys in Karen Reed's case and Adam Lally from releasing any of that stuff to anybody else. So I do not think he was in any chain to see any evidence. And you say not a dirty move, as the feds were not going to pursue. Well, we don't know what the feds are doing or not doing. I don't know his relationship between that the emailer, I think his name was Kelleher, to Cox. I have questions about why he was given that. And so I don't know. I don't know about any of that. I don't know that the feds aren't going to pursue it. And I can't really speak to anybody's motive here about why they shared what with who. But I can say that I do not think that Cox was on any chain of evidence, you know, that he would have been able to see that because there was a federal order. Right? I'm not saying it was dirty. I'm not saying who was giving who a heads up, but he would not have been. Maybe the FBI bumped Cox, said CLK. Interesting. Interesting. Ms. Holmes, thank you for your super chat, though. Ms. Holmes, my head hurts for Aiden. In my opinion, it's all undeserved. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Valor DeRoy. Karen has been through a lot of trauma. People need to show her some grace and stop judging her. Excellent point. Thank you very much for your 5. David Reese says, almost a year and a half we've been together. Thanks, David. Laura says, I'm behind by catching up on chipmunk speed. Just wanted to say that your chat to Aiden, offering to broker talks with him and Karen is an excellent idea and heartwarming gesture. Love you with all my heart. What a mensch. Thanks, Laura, for your 20. I appreciate you. Lucy said, and this goes back to the Morphew thing, I think the venomous attacks will happen no matter what. Remote court access just allows people to make more informed decisions instead of relying on a few favored media personnel with possible biases. Right. And how much wrong reporting have we seen in so many cases? So many cases. A lot. Look what happened in Kohberger. Joanna said, I agree, Melanie. The divide is not helping anyone. Everyone should stop stirring the pot. It's between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. CS became a new member. Welcome. Ms. Lily says, you're amazing. Thank you for always helping keep it classy and peaceful. And yes, you have awesome mods. Thank you, Ms. Lily, for your 5. Hayden's Ma says, do you think the Commonwealth regrets cameras in the courtroom due to the corruption exposed and enormous public support Karen Reed received? No, I don't know. I don't think so. But I mean, who knows? Again, it's hard for me to guess. I'd just be guessing. But I do think that Karen Reed's case shined a light on so much corruption and bias. And you know how easy it is to look the other way, pin it on the girl. And if Karen Reed's case did not get the publicity that it got, nobody would know about it. Think about, you know, how Law and Crime and Court TV decide which cases they're going to live stream, right? This case was fascinating on so many levels. And the reason I got so fascinated by it is because I knew, based on my 3 decades of experience of handling car accident cases and dog bite cases, thousands of them, that the injuries to John O'Keefe did not line up with a pedestrian accident. And so something else must have happened. And what are we doing here? Thank you, Hayden's Ma, for your 5. Kraken says, fact, the judiciary system, well, the bad actors within the judicial system and the complacent within the system do not like being called out. Cameras in all courtrooms educates the larger public. Yeah. They don't have everyone doesn't have the technology for it. But, you know, certain cases that are high profile, Law and Crime, Court TV will make a motion to be the pool camera and they will go in and they will live stream it. Boston 25 has been the pool camera numerous times during Karen Reed proceedings and Aiden Kearney proceedings and other proceedings like Walsh in Massachusetts. And so it does. It educates the public. And like Kelly said, transparency and public trials are the only way to go. Look what happened with Kohberger. The gag order made everyone run wild and create stories. Right. And look at what happened in Aaron Spencer's case. When Judge Elmore slapped down that unconstitutional, according to the Arkansas Supreme Court, gag order, nobody got to hear about that case. Crazy. Music to My Soul says, let's not forget that Zoom Court brought us one of my favorite memes ever. I'm here live. I'm not a cat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Music to Myself, for your 5. Jackie says, Jackie Benigno, Melanie, we have to go to a day show together sometime with my sister too. It would be epic and an absolute honor. All the love. Awesome. Come to Cancun. Come to Cancun. I go with my sister every year. Donnie B, maybe the Ring videos in Proctor's house. The Ring video is in Proctor's house. Oh, I don't know. Whoop. I don't know. Jamcracker, I don't know what you did or what you said. Checking to see if I'm allowed back in the chat or nah. I don't know. You got to ask the mods. I don't know. I have no, I'm talking to you guys. I have no idea what's going on over there. Thanks for being here for 16 months. I don't know how, if you got time. I have no idea if you're timed out. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that stuff because it's not me doing it. So I have no idea. Chick Eastore says Tyler Robinson case already 3,000 plus person gag order. Beauty for Ashes says the frustrating part is seeing corruption and then not seeing any consequences. Judges and prosecutors should not have blanket immunity. There needs to be an easier way to hold them accountable. Right. I don't know. Somebody else is sending, you guys are sending me something about 25 Investigates has found that many Massachusetts state trooper police can turn off GPS trackers inside their vehicles. Why troopers are allowed to disappear with the flip of a switch. Ted Daniels is going to be reporting on that tonight at 6. Let's see what he's got to say about that. All right, so tonight at 6, you're going to have to tune into Ted Daniel for this on Boston 25. But let's take a look at the video that he just posted.
This story was born out of a pretty high-profile
Oh, I
case
hope
that
he
I
doesn't
covered,
have
the Karen
music.
Reed case, and the activities of a now former state trooper. We learned that trooper took a
If this part is cut out later, it's because of the music.
trip to the Cape, which was a big deal during the Karen Reed trial. And I was reading through the documents about that trip, investigative reports, internal affairs reports, and I noticed that the trooper had a device in his car that was supposed to track wherever that car went, but the data didn't exist. It just showed essentially his car turning on in the morning and then coming home late at night. I was able to determine from some of the documents as well that this trooper had a switch to be able to shut off his tracking device. And so I said, okay, what's the deal with these tracking devices? And I looked back.
Look at Ted Daniel going out there and doing some old school reporting. It was Michael Proctor and Kevin Albert who were doing that cold case on the Cape. And they turned off their GPS. Well, you know what they're going to get? You know what they're going to get? Proctor's location data from his phone extraction. We may find out whether or not he really did go to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, in my opinion.
And several years ago, you know, the state police did this big sort of media availability where the then colonel talked about, hey, this is all about transparency and accountability. We'll be able to keep track of everyone on the road. And that was born out of a previous scandal, the overtime scandal. And so they said, hey, let's do this tracking system. You know, through the course of our reporting, we learned that a large number of these cars with tracking have a kill switch. There are legitimate reasons
on that
kill switch
GPS
may exist.
You can't make it up.
But in the cases, a couple cases we found, you know, it was being abused. 25 Investigates tonight at 6.
All right, so check out Ted Daniel tonight at 6 for the rest of the story on that. But Proctor and Urey also used their personal vehicles to follow the tow truck driver. Right. They used their personal vehicles because they said that there were no four-wheel drive vehicles in the department, right? And then somebody pointed out that's a lie. They absolutely do have four-wheel drive vehicles in the department. Grateful Dead fan 88 coming in with all the Grateful Dead quotes this morning. Karen was set up like a bowling pin. Every silver lining's got a touch of gray. So much corruption, it's truly unbelievable. I really feel bad for citizens. They need the Church of St. Stephen. Yeah. Need some Z says, or Z's, journalists should be allowed to do this regardless of who they are. Right. You shouldn't have to be credentialed with like a mainstream media company, right? To be able to get media credentials, in my opinion. I agree with you. Pamela says, I love the old school way of reporting. Turtle Boy stays true to his profession. Melissa says, Ted, please don't stop going down the rabbit hole. Michael says, didn't Lally state in court at Karen Reed's bail hearing that Yuri and Proctor were at 34 Fairview that morning? I don't remember. Which hearing though? February or June? I don't know. If you find out, send me the video. Send me a clip. Thanks, Michael. Thank you, Grateful Dead Fan 88 says, thanks for your content. It's a blessing. No, you're a blessing. No, you are. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet. I love you with all my heart right back. And LawTube's most hated mod, who did 25 years on the job, NYPD, says, we had GPS on our cars and Easy Pass each month. IAB did audits. If you turn off your GPS, it's highly suspect. Highly suspect. Mavka says he does in the February arraignment, really. Well, Proctor claims he never went there. Michael Marcy, in a sausage statement that he released in August of 2023, said Michael Proctor never went to 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022, more than once probably. And if his GPS shows that he did, that's just another lie to add to the stack of lies that Proctor may or may not have tossed out there in his testimony. Vicky says, I live on the corner of Gray Street and the end of the world. I love it. To all the hardworking mods, we appreciate you, says Mrs. Bouquet. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet. Shout out to Harrison if he's watching today. Ellen says, Colorado, flashback to grade school. 1 or 2 kids acted up in class and the rest of the class was punished. Geez, other people's children. Some people weren't raised right. You know. But how about, why don't they try this? I don't know. I'm just tossing this out there. I mean, we know that people who post things under fake names, their identities can be found out. And so if people out there are threatening the lives of attorneys and judges, shouldn't they be prosecuted for that? Or should we just punish everybody and take the live stream down? I don't know. Thank you, Ellen Marie, for your 10. I appreciate you. Because this stuff is going to happen whether they live stream the court proceedings or not. As you know, because it happens in many cases and you guys are always out there. Thank you, Suzanne, for your 10 via Venmo. All the corruption exposed because he decided to pin it on the girl. Love how it bit him in the arse. Right? I mean, there needs to be ramifications for people's behavior, and people that hide behind fake names out on all the cesspools of social media and threaten people, maybe they need to be made an example of. I'm just saying. You can't do that. You just can't do that. It's illegal. It is illegal, and there should be ramifications for people's behavior, right? I don't know. It's just my own personal opinion. We see a lot of people coming into court as defendants who never had any ramifications for their behavior ever. And so they just think they can keep on getting away with it. We're seeing this in Massachusetts. The way they've been investigating cases for a very long time. They never thought they'd be caught. They never thought they thought they were just going to keep getting away with it. Now, as you will probably find out by reading Howie's book called Mass Corruption by Howie Carr, it's been going on for a long time. Been going on for a long time. Beauty for ashes. Maybe that's part of the problem. Anonymity allows people to act out with seemingly impunity. You're right. Exactly. And David Reese says some judges have their own YouTube channel and stream all of their cases. I have not watched Trial 4 yet. I'm sorry. I have very limited time to do really anything. And Trial 4 is so many hours that I just cannot fit into a day. But it would be, if I can read a synopsis of it, I will. But I just don't have the hours to dedicate to it. Well, Canton PD said they were going to send out another press release after lunch. It is now 1:04. And so there is a protest starting outside Canton PD. We just saw some video on that. And so what time is their lunch? What time do they take lunch? Do they take lunch between 12:30 and 1 like every single pharmacist now does at every single drive-through pharmacy in, in the area? Is it going to be 2 o'clock? Are they going to name names? Are they going to say, yes, indeedy? Yes, indeedy. It is Sean Goode, who has been, Emily C. Hi, Emily. Emily C is here. I was watching you this morning and you were getting so stressed out that Jimmy was late. Emily C says, they feel like a 12 to 3 kind of lunch crowd. Maybe 12 to 3 kind of lunch people. Oh, CVS is 1:30 to 2. Yeah, I think mine is 2, Tiff, now that you mention it. I think all the pharmacies, Walgreens, CVS, 1:30 to 2, they take their lunch hour. You can't go pick up your prescriptions then. And of course, every time that I go to pick up prescriptions, it's like 1:30. Barbara says, I almost feel bad about and for Proctor right now. I don't. His life was in shambles before the cloud drop, but his life might be in actual danger now. I don't want that to happen. Oh, I don't want anybody to go after him. I don't want his life to be in danger. No, no, no. I don't want his life to be in danger. But listen, just because you've always gotten away with stuff doesn't mean you're going to get away with it forever. And here's the thing that we do know. Michael Proctor did not kill John O'Keefe. Michael Proctor did not kill John O'Keefe. Somebody else did, or some other people did. Something else happened, but it wasn't Michael Proctor who did it. And right now, he's the one holding the bag on this until something else happens. But you're right. I don't think anybody should go after him. And I hope that he doesn't do anything to himself. But I would never wish harm on anyone. Liz just got her Dyson Airwrap. You got the deal. Amazing. I can't wait for you to try it either. I can't wait for you to try it. There's a million videos that you can look up on YouTube how to use it, but you're going to love it. I can't wait to hear. I can't wait to hear how much you love it. Dave Matthews' neighbor is here and says, maybe this had to happen for Proctor to have a wake-up call and to humble himself that he's not high and mighty. Could be. Courtney says, why would Proctor be in danger? Help me understand. Well, Courtney, we just read it on order from a Colorado judge in the BARRY MORPHEW case. And the reason that she took cameras out of the courtroom is because the lawyers were getting death threats. The judge was getting death threats. They put a dead fox on someone's. So, like if anybody would go rogue and try and hurt Proctor, that could be a problem. And LawTube's most hated mod says, Courtney, depending upon what's in those texts, he could be in danger. Right? We don't know what's in that phone extraction yet. We just don't know. Emails, text messages, group chats going back to 2013, photos, nudes, voicemails, emails, everything. He withdrew his appeal to get his job back. Remember how gung-ho he was to try and get his job back? The union has abandoned him. That never happens. Never happens. It is so hard to get fired from the Massachusetts State Police. And it is so hard to have one of the most powerful unions in the country, the police union, abandon you. But Michael Proctor's an overachiever, and he was able to do both of those things.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I'm sorry, that's never going to not be funny to me. Cardi B will never not be funny to me saying that. All right. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. Oh, another thing that I want to do a more thorough show on, but in case you didn't see my coverage on this, some body cam footage has dropped in the case of Jesse Butler in Oklahoma. He's the grapist, and he strangled a girl who was 17 so hard that she was 30 seconds away from death. And he was supposed to go away for a long time, but then he got a sweetheart of a deal from the judge because his dad apparently used to be like the coach or something for the Oklahoma State University football team, and some body cam footage. And so he's just going to get a little slap on the wrist, and like he has to go to counseling for a year. And there was some body cam footage that dropped. Let me just see. And I'd like to do some more. But right now, here's a little tiny piece of the body cam footage of him getting arrested, this Jesse Butler in Oklahoma.
Give me your wallet and phone and stuff. So, okay. Your what?
They're in the car.
Well, okay, it's fine. It's not locked or anything, is it? Okay. So, can you tell him what you just told me, or?
Yeah. So we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be there very long. But there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs. So turn around for me.
You have to put him in handcuffs? You know where the way is. So,
Yeah.
I'll get you out for me. All right. Stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Stay strong, okay? Say your prayers.
Okay. So we will. He's going to go right to the city of Stillwater jail, and if you'll just contact her, then she does this all the
what to
time.
do.
She knows what to do.
Yeah.
Make sure
Okay.
she knows Stillwater Police Department, not a county.
Yeah.
Stillwater Police Department.
we're the
On
ones-
Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let them know that
perfect.
we're the ones that picked him up.
And
They
when
don't-
we say we are the ones.
Stillwater PD.
Stillwater PD.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way they don't think he went like straight over and over with the county.
Awful experience with child.
Back down, spread your feet for me. Nothing on their side.
Yeah. So there's more to it than that, but that's just a little taste. Little taste. So you think Massachusetts is bad? Take a look at Oklahoma. Take a look at Arkansas. I covered with you another horrific story in Arkansas. Judge Elmore also handled it. Let a 19-year-old kid out. He had 20-something charges of child CSAM on his phone. And also, he raped someone. Judge Barbara Elmore let him out. And we don't know how much bail because it's totally sealed up in Lonoke County, Arkansas. And then a couple months later, he's arrested for raping someone else in a different county, another child. So now they're holding him on $500,000, but it's horrific. Beauty for Ashes said, I looked it up after you mentioned it. His dad was the athletic director. Evidently, it was multiple girls. Yes, it was multiple. It was at least two of them. There was a law, not sure that's the word, that made sentencing guidelines, something like that. Well, because he was a minor, I think at the time they have certain sentencing guidelines, but originally the judge was going to sentence him to something like, I don't know, 80 something years or something. And then now it is getting a lot more attention in mainstream. I'm seeing a lot more reporting on this Jesse Butler case. So hopefully, I don't know if anything can happen, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. And the mother standing next to him. How many other victims are there? Innocent until proven guilty and all, but one girl she was 30 seconds away from death, according to her doctor. 30 seconds away from death because he strangled her. And the other girl, also he strangled and also raped several times. And they were 17. They all go to high school together. I got a note says, I remember Berkowitz had a boat named Cold Case, allegedly. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's crazy. I got to know. Thanks for hanging out for 2 months with me. Signet says, I just want to say thank you to you or others for adding timestamps to your longer streams lately. It's super helpful to those without a lot of time. I know I try and do that for you guys so that if you just want to watch a certain part of the video, you can go to that part. It takes me a long time to do. I really should try and do it while I'm streaming, but it's worth it for those of you who enjoy it. Thank you for noticing, and thank you for your 5. I appreciate you so. Yes, I do not want to spread that rumor, Proctor's text, because I cannot confirm that to be true. And so for many, many reasons, we're trying to not spread misinformation in the chat because all we know is that someone has been suspended from Canton PD. We don't know who. We're waiting for another press release, but it has been rumored and hypothesized that it could be Sean Goode. Goode. We saw one press release. It doesn't name the officer, but they said that they are going to announce it today. Also, I have been notified that Donna Jean has passed away today. Donna Jean Godchaux of the Grateful Dead. Rest in peace, Donna Jean. She, 78 years old. One of the original, well, one of the kind of original founding members of the Grateful Dead. I was not a huge fan of her wailing during some times, but I'm sad about her death nonetheless. Let's see. Relics magazine is reporting. Grateful Dead fan, did you know that? Did you know about Donna Jean's passing today? Donna Jean Godchaux McKay, feminine force behind the Grateful Dead 70s era, passes away today at 78, according to Relics magazine. Is it a magazine anymore? Is it just a website? There she is in her older years. Maybe they'll have a picture of her in her younger days. She was the feminine force and vocal powerhouse behind the Grateful Dead from 1971 to 1979. Passed away yesterday, Sunday, November 2nd, 2025, after a battle with cancer. And it's behind a paywall, so I have to go into somewhere else to get it. But rest in peace, Donna Jean. I just covered the thing on the GPS stuff. Thank you very much, my dear. R.I.P. Donna. Lisa says, my grandfather, one of seven boys, said his father took a couple of the oldest boys to the local jail and had the jail lock them up for a while so they could see what it was like if they got in trouble. There you go. It's tough love. Tracy's here, and she says, maybe reporters should go old school and stand on a box in town square and yell the headlines, right? We need a town crier. The town crier should come back. There's an opening for town crier. I vote for Brenda Sweeney. Thanks, Tracy. Betsy says, doing the Lord's work again. Love you, Mom. Nah, Betsy, I love you more. Just me. Says, thanks for taking the time to be right instead of the first to report stuff. Thank you. NBC 10 just posted that it was good. Says Christina, hang on a second. Hold on. Do we have the new press release? Hold, please. Three minutes ago, Canton police sergeant placed on leave due to allegations of misconduct. All right, hold on. Let's see if they're naming names. Here it is, hot off the press, moments ago, because we're here for all the breaking news. You know we are. R.I.P. Donna Jean. Okay, that's not it. Here we go. We're in reader mode, so we don't have to suffer the pop-ups. Canton police sergeant placed on leave due to allegations of misconduct. A member of the embattled Canton Police Department has been placed on leave paid administrative leave following allegations of misconduct, the town and interim police chief said on Monday. The officer was identified as Sergeant Sean Goode. There it is, folks. There it is. Who is now the subject of an internal affairs investigation, according to an updated statement released by Canton and interim police chief Joseph Perkins. So he updated the statement we read earlier, and now he's been named. The town of Canton and the Canton Police Department take this matter very seriously, as this concerns an active and ongoing administrative investigation. No additional information is available for release at this time. The statement said, officials haven't shared details on the nature of the misconduct Goode is accused of. A statement released earlier Monday didn't identify the officer. This is breaking news. We read the earlier version of this story earlier today. So Goode got proctored. Goody got proctored. Goody got proctored. It's been confirmed. We now have confirmation. It only took us 2 hours and 20 minutes to get confirmation, even though I did report on it on Saturday that it was rumored that it was Goode. And Beyond Trouble is here, hi, and says that's good news. That is good news. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can't wait for Lank and Tully's turn, says Leanne. And LawTube's most hated mod says, usually you can't retire while under suspension or investigation unless the chief allows you to. I don't even know if has he been on the force? Like, when does your pension vest? 20 years? I mean, he graduated high school, I think, in 1998 with Courtney Proctor and Jill Daniels. So I don't know how long he's been on the force. He might not even be eligible for it. Now it's official. Yeah, it's official. We did it. We did it. We waited. And it is official. This is getting good, Kimberly. So I don't even know if he's eligible for his pension yet. Getting good. It's getting good, says Kimberly. Next on the Brady list. I mean, let me see if I can find, hold on, the official. The new official statement, if they posted it on their website yet. Let's see. Peter Murphy, who was out there? Was Brenda and Donna Sweeney out there too? As the walls come crumbling down. Oh, it's coming. Like Coach Prime used to say, we coming. We coming. So NBC 10, I guess, is the first out with the story. It has been confirmed. It has been confirmed. Sean Goode is the one on paid leave. They are investigating. They've been investigating since October 24th. Autodoc 911. Yeah, they have an interim chief. They have an interim chief. His name is Joe. And we went over the press release on that earlier. You just have to rewind to the beginning of the stream. He was replaced as interim chief all the way back in June, days after Karen Reed's acquittal, when Helena Rafferty retired because she was sued right around the time for hitting that pedestrian in the crosswalk, and she tried to hide it from, her constituents, let's just say. Yeah, they've only been investigating for about 10 days because it is my belief that Greg Connor turned over Proctor's phone extraction to Canton PD, one of the independent law enforcement agencies that he said he was going to turn it over to. And that implicates Sean Goode so terribly, in my opinion, that they put him out on paid leave right away. And the fact that it was hidden or kept secret for like almost 10 days now is interesting to me. Goode is the first of many, says Light It Up. It's been confirmed. What's next? Who's next to be proctored, doctored, sullied, or tullied? When are they going to get Tully? Tully's hands are in everything. Tully's hands are in everything, in my opinion. Well done. James says, just a thank you. You're always amazing. You absolutely have the best mods. They're working hard today. I know. It's crazy, right? But they're amazing. Thank you, James, for noticing. And Susan says, thank you, Melanie, for all you do. Love you. I love you more. Sherilyn says, I started watching Back with Duty Ron. Can't get enough. Oh, 14 months we've been together, Sherilyn. Sherilyn's a kind and generous contributor to the channel always. And always here. And Sarah B. Creative, thank you for your super sticker. And Jill Mar, thank you for your super sticker. And Courtney H says, Mel, thanks for covering this and being a distraction for me. I'm going to be an empty nester next year. Any advice? No, because I'm not one yet. I am not an empty nester yet. And so I have no advice for you. But next year, we can both commiserate together. And maybe we can help each other through it. G. Lander says, Norfolk County needs to hire a proctologist. Well done. Well done, G. Lander. Well done. Well done. Mad Mom, thank you for your super sticker. Well, always exciting, isn't it? Thank you, Patrick, for becoming a new member. It is always exciting. Hold on a second. I think I have a way that I can give out free memberships. So let me see if I can figure out how to do that on the stream. And I'll do it. I'll give out some free memberships. What do you guys hear? Let's see. No, maybe I already used them all up. I think I can only do it once all right, I can send out 5 free memberships because I get 10 per month to send out for free. Somebody pointed this out to me. I didn't even know it was true. All right, here we go. On your mark, I'm going to send you guys 5 free members. It's not up to me who gets them. You just have to be participating in the chat and have gifted memberships like, I don't know, available to you. But here you go. There's 5 new members. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Scott's Girl 2004 got a free one. Stephanie Lee got a free one. That's 2. Laura Las Samaras Rivera got a free membership. Donnie B got a free membership. And Bizarre Biatch got a free membership. Welcome to all the 5. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have special emojis for members. That is just one of the many perks we have available to the members. Many of them were invented for the Karen Reed trial. So, there's that. Thanks, Patrick, for becoming a member. Good things are happening, says Night Night. Thank you for your super chat. Tracy says we need Tully to turn on all of them. Thanks, Tracy. I think Tully's maybe, in my opinion, one of the absolute most corrupt of all, in my opinion. He's got his hands in everything. Think about it. Kay Willis is here. She gifted 5 memberships. If you too want to get out of Massachusetts and you've got a place to sell south of Boston or a place to buy that you want to put on the market, or you need to buy a place, Kay Willis is your girl. And recently she told me that somebody actually did call her who heard about her on my show. So thank you, Kay Willis, for gifting 5 memberships. She's amazing. And look at me. I gifted 5 memberships too. And breaking. Mel is breaking. I love you too. I love you, Aurora Aura. And I've loved you for all of the 16 months that you've been here. And even before I knew you. Cajun Butterfly says, I wonder how many other officers are crapping their pants, wondering when and if they will get canned. I'm sure there are more. I mean, there has to be, right? There has to be. What about Lank? They can't suspend Lank. You know why? Because he retired. Doesn't mean he can't be implicated. Gallagher is retired too. Who else from Canton PD came on the scene January 29, 2022? Okay. So it was Gallagher. It was Gallagher's idea to get the leaf blower to blow away the snow and contaminate it with the gas. And he said to Sergeant Sean Goode, he said, hey, Goody, could you shoot home, shoot back, get a leaf blower? No big whoop. No big whoop. We'll just, we'll start blowing away a little bit of snow, see if we can find some evidence, like, broken cocktail glass and a couple of drops of blood. And so Goody shot home, shot back, no big whoop. Even though the PD was like, a mile away. Canton PD was like a mile away from 34 Fairview. And then who was it that went across the street to the acting chief of police So the acting chief of police is now Joe, what's his last name again? Perkins, Joe Perkins. But at the time, the acting chief of police was Tom Kelleher. And Tom Kelleher happened to live right across the street from 34 Fairview. Can you believe it? I mean, can you believe it? And like, didn't he go to school with like Nicole Albert or something like that? I don't know. Maybe it's so incestuous. You can never tell. Well, you can never tell. Tom Kelleher is the guy who was the acting chief of police of Canton PD that day. He gave them the solo cups. He gave them the solo cups. He didn't come out of his house to check out what his guys were doing on the scene that just happened to be right across the street from him on his buddy Brian Albert's lawn. But at some point, he did check his ring camera footage. And at some point, he did tell somebody, we're not really quite clear who he told, but he said, yeah, I looked at it. There's nothing interesting there. Nothing to see there. Nothing to see there. Nothing on my ring cam footage. No. Look the other way. Nope. Where's he now? Where's Kelleher now? Did Kelleher retire too? Did Kelleher hide ring camera footage? Because apparently his ring cameras were pointed right at the area where John O'Keefe's body was found, except for that Gallagher did testify in trial number 2, only in trial number 2, because I think a lot of people were pointing out that the cameras were pointed right where, the Ford Edge would have been and John O'Keefe's body would have been, and where this alleged car accident would have actually happened in front of the ring camera. I think Gallagher was the one who said, oh no, his ring cameras were pointed, face down on the stoop to see if he got any packages. Because, that makes sense when you're a cop, right? You don't want to check who's coming up to your front door or anything. You want to check and see what packages have been delivered, right? Yeah, no, that's what your Ring doorbell is for. Did he have other cameras? Because I got a Ring camera too. My Ring doorbell goes all the way into the street. I can see what's going on in the street too. Is he retired, Kelleher? Cajun Butterfly, thanks for being here for 5 months. Yeah. How many more are there? Who else came on the scene from Canton PD? Did Kevin Albert ever go to 34 Fairview that day? Was it Gallagher, Lank, and Goode? Were they the only 3? Oh, thank you, Rhonda. She says, Melanie, we appreciate you. Thank you for your 10. Oh, look at me. I gifted 5 memberships too. Yay, me. And look at Crushing Capacity driving an 18-wheeler, and he still finds the time to gift another 5 memberships. Thank you. You're the greatest. Hulda is here from Iceland, and she says, everyone should be a member and hit the like button. Oh, thanks, Hulda. Subscribing is free, so you could do that too. Just hit the button. Hit the button on down below. Thanks for hanging out for 9 months. And look at Latu's Most Hated Mod has been here for 24 months. He's an OG. And when I first started this channel and he agreed to be a mod, he thought we were just going to talk about makeup. That's what he thought we were going to talk about. And we're not talking about makeup all the time. He says the Islanders will get revenge against the Bruins tomorrow. Are you trying to stir up the chat? Are you trying to stir up the chat, Scott? And Becky says you're the best, and I love you. No, I love you guys more. The way it's going. Joan Smith says the way it's going. Sounds like another trial of the century. I mean, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. I knew, you guys. I knew. I was warned. I was warned by so many people. Oh, no, you don't want to cover the Canton Reed case. You don't want to cover the Canton Reed case. No way. You don't want to get involved in that. People are going to come for you. Oh, they did. But they didn't shut me up. Because I knew that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And I knew I was on the right side of this. I knew. And many of you did too. Now it's all unraveling. It's all unraveling. Jomar says, I have 8 cameras and I can see my entire property and the street and the cars, etc. Officer Mullaney. Officer Mullaney, says Mags. Mullaney was from Canton PD. Misbehaving in Florida says we have cameras inside and outside of our home. East Sandoval says, I can't wait to see all of Proctor's texts to who and to what those replies were. I mean, Lieber in Seattle says, thank you for keeping things factual. Thank you guys for watching. Oh, Little Cupcake, he's also an amazing moderator, says, Scott is the backbone of the mod squad. And Team Brittany too. And you, Little Cupcake, you're like the trifecta. Karma Kit says, When Melanie goes live, it's the highlight of my day. Just noticed my membership is out, so I gotta renew. I love it here. I usually it's on auto renew unless your credit card expires or unless you didn't set that up or unless you were gifted. Got my Dyson over the weekend and I love it. Oh, see, I love to share secrets. I love to share secrets. So I'm glad if you got that deal. That's a sweetheart deal, by the way, because Dysons never go on sale. Andrew says, good, thought he got away with whatever he did. And listen, it may be as much as just like liking photos that were sent by Proctor, right? Or nudes. I mean, we don't know what it is yet, but it's enough to get him suspended on paid leave. Texas mom PJ says, remember when Goode followed mass accountability? I'm not up on that story, but it was pointed out somewhere to me that mass accountability, Goode followed him. And I just don't know the full story behind that, Texas mom PJ. But if you do know the full story, you can put a little synopsis in the chat. Yeah, and Eliminate says, I just realized that many of the law enforcement in Canton admit to having non-working security cameras in general. That is crazy. Good information for thieves, though, right? And yeah, Marianne, it's going to be an episode, just like Matt McCabe said. Matt McCabe said, if she takes a plea, it's over. If not, it's going to be a whole episode. Those were also text messages, group text messages that were uncovered by the feds, turned over to both sides. And it seemed like when Matt McCabe was on the stand and he was shown those text messages, he seemed to have not been prepped on them. Do you remember that? You remember when Matt McCabe was testifying about those text messages? He looked like he was really shocked by it. And remember that I believe he testified right before Jen McCabe. And I don't think he obviously he's not supposed to speak to her because they're both testifying, but he was blown away by that stuff. And obviously didn't have the time to tell Jennifer McCabe about those text messages. But here's the thing. Lally knew about those messages because they were turned over to him. Lally could have prepped him, should have prepped him on him, but he just didn't. His face was beat red. He was like a lobster, right? He lost his eyesight. He had to borrow glasses, remember? Thank you, Metastasizing Scandal, for loving my tenacity. I love it too. I'm an Aquarius. There are more tenacious people, I think, born under this sign than any other. So any other Aquarians in the chat, put like a mermaid in the chat or something. Because we are okay, no with misinformation. We're tenacious and we have a sense of justice and stuff. Okay, thanks, Nigel. No misinformation. The hanging turtle was not a giant tortoise. Okay, what was it? It looked pretty big ass to me. And the leaf blower was not gas powered. But wait, but did they plug it in? I don't think they plugged it in anywhere. I don't think it was an electric leaf blower. It was a snapping turtle. Okay, excellent. Thank you. I will always admit that I'm wrong. Looked like a giant tortoise. That's what I would call a tortoise, but it was a snapping. It was big ass though, right? I'm not going to show a picture of it because I don't want you to see it. Because you can't unsee. Ooh, a lot of Aquarians in the chat. We are like mermaids, right? Mastad said, hold on. It was gas powered. They didn't plug it in. Right, exactly. And that's why Ed Wallace, the forensics genius, got so horrified when he said they're using a gas powered leaf blower to find evidence and contaminating the evidence with all of the fumes and everything coming out of the gas powered leaf blower. Thank you. Thanks, GV. Maybe it wasn't a giant tortoise, but it definitely was a gas leaf blower. Snapping turtles do get pretty big ass, right? A lot of Aquarians. I mean, I guess when we have over 6,000 people in here, we're going to have a lot of, there's only 12 astrological signs. There's going to be a lot of Aquarians in here. You know who else is Aquarius? Jennifer Aniston. She is. And you know what Jennifer Aniston did? She hard launched her relationship yesterday on Instagram. So in case you didn't see it, I mean, listen. Jennifer Aniston is dating a guy who's like an influencer. His name is Jim Curtis. Does anybody know who Jim Curtis is? So he had a birthday. He just turned 50. And he's got a lot of Instagram followers. I don't know what he does, but he's some kind of an influencer. He's got 700,000 followers on Instagram. He says, my mission is to help you heal and thrive by upgrading your I am. And he's an author and he's a I guess. Wait, hang on, because I'm going to show you the post, because I do love Jennifer Aniston. And she has taken a lot of shit over the years for not wanting to have children, which is not true, because she did say recently, I think it was the interview that I watched that she did with on, you know, the podcast that I told you about, Dax Shepard, I think, podcast, which was a great interview, by the way, that she tried for years to have kids, and that, you know, it just didn't work out for her, and that eventually the window just closed on that, and she got a lot of shit. And she was also talking about how he said to her, "You've been on 2,000 tabloid covers," and she's like, "Oh man, I'm sorry." And he's like, "That's like being on one tabloid cover a day for something like 5 years." And she said, here it is. She says, "Happy birthday, my love, cherished." And then she posted a picture of them. Aw. I think she also broke Instagram when she first joined, because she got so many subscribers in one day. I love that for her. She has 44.7 million followers, and she got so many followers in one day. I think she broke Instagram when he's a cutie. People, I don't know if he's an influencer, if he's a life coach. I'm not sure what he does, but good for her. She said, you know, it used to be different back when I was on the cover of tabloids. She said, because people couldn't criticize you. They had to send a letter to the editor. And then the next week you would look and you would see like a couple letters to the editor, and people might say mean things about me. She was like, now it's constant. It's constant because of social media and how mean people are on social media. And so I love her. She's Megan's birthday twin. And Kraken says he is handsome. He's handsome. That's, you know, the other breaking news for you, in addition to Sean Goode being the one. Sean Goode being the one, she does deserve a good man. She kind of got screwed over by Brad Pitt. That's a whole other issue. And you know what's so funny is that Dax Shepard on his podcast also interviewed Brad Pitt a couple of months ago, and that was also a great interview. Who's next? Texas Mom PJ Lank or Kevin Albert? Kevin Albert's still on the force, right? Didn't he? He's not retired or anything. He got a couple of days paid vacation, or a couple of days taken away of his paid vacation. Yeah, Justin Theroux. She got screwed over by him too. I don't know. I mean, should we watch a little bit of like Sean Goode's cross-examination? Should we watch a little bit of it? What do you think? Because he wasn't called to testify at the second trial. He was only called at the first trial. So sometimes what we got to do is we got to go back to the testimony to see if they lied. If he lied, what lies he could be caught in. And things such as like that. So I vote yes. You guys want to watch it? Why not? We're here. We're here. We usually go for 8 hours on trial days. It's only like not even 3 hours yet. So let's take a look at Goode's testimony. I'm going to choose just his, I think I want to watch his cross. Let's watch his cross. Hang tight. And courtesy of Trial Channel, we can do that. We have the ability to do just his cross. And David Yannetti crossed him. And who doesn't like a little King David in the morning? Sean Goode was the primary investigator on the accident reconstruction part of it, you know? Shout out to Trial Channel for doing the Lord's work and breaking everything down into digestible pieces. Digestible pieces where you can just watch one person's testimony if you want to. And also Trial Channel cuts out all the sidebars, all the breaks, all the lunch breaks and everything like that. And this was all the way back on. Oh, don't buffer on me now. Okay, let's see when this testimony was. Okay, so he testified on day 5 and 6 of Karen Read season 1, which was May 3rd and 6th of 2024. Now you'll notice many of the very important witnesses, and I don't know, Emily, if you've done a chart on this or if anybody's done a chart on this, but I remember this happened with Yuri Buchanan too, is that Yuri would testify the day before there was going to be a day off, right? He would start his testimony. or on a Friday so that they would get like the entire weekend. And they weren't supposed to be prepped while they were actively under oath. They weren't supposed to be prepped. And I have questions about whether Lally or not did that or not. But if we go back to May of 2024, I just want to see if it was a Friday. What did I just say it was? Hold on, May. Third and 6th. So the 3rd was a Friday and the 6th was a Monday. Right? Proctor had a day off too. Yep. And so did Buchanan. I remember this. And I remember thinking after it was over, like we had to wait. I remember we had to wait so long in between their testimony days. And was it intentionally scheduled that day? I mean, that way? Maybe. I mean, it's good trial strategy if it is. It gives the witness time to think about their testimony a little bit more over the weekend. May the 4th be with you. Davy Cakes, may the 4th be with you. So it was May the 4th. Easy to remember. Here he is on cross-examination. This is David Giannetti. Thank you, Trial Channel. And I may need to boost the audio for you, so let me know if you can hear it okay.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken?
No.
Sergeant Goode, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
Somebody named Courtney Proctor. Because you remember the whole thing that happened with Katie McLaughlin? I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. Oh, you notice how to pick up on the joke.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Is it true that they have mediocre chicken parm? Asking for a friend.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, You knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
Oh, okay. So in 2024, he was coming up on 18. He's not up on 20 yet because we're only in 2025, right? So is he even entitled to a pension yet? I don't know. I don't know the rules over there.
Is Kevin Albert older or younger than you, or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation?
Why is that funny? Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert? He's like, no. I don't think they have like the partner system there. I don't think they work with partners, but why is that funny? Have you ever shared can somebody tell me why that's funny? Listen.
If you know.
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have, yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And
Drink any
because
beers?
he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. No, I'll let him have it.
Oh, here she goes with her
I hope
golf
you would-
puns. Here she goes with her golf. I'll let him have it. You know, like a mulligan, or, you know, like they're in a match play game and not going to make him putt it out. I'm going to let him have it. I'll let him have it. Evasive and distancing much, says Trisha. I'll let him have it. You can pick it up. Pick your ball up. I'll let you have it. Ridiculous. If he was eligible, he probably would have retired already to avoid this nightmare, said somebody in the chat that's flying by.
Yeah.
You'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there isn't teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
Also, the sure is so condescending too. It's like, sure, 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 sure. Why wouldn't you say yes? Of course. Yes, of course I need to be able to depend on my fellow officers. You know, of course I do. Not sure. Sure. It's so condescending. The smirk. Look at the smirk. If you can safely look at your television screen or your device that you're watching on and you're not driving an 18-wheeler, you know who I'm talking to, or on scaffolding, come and look at his face and the smirk and just the attitude. Sure. I don't know what you're asking. Yeah, you do. You know exactly what I'm asking. Look at this face. He looks like a cartoon character right there. Hold on. Mike Bree's game is so on point sometimes, you guys. It's chilling. Look at that. He looks like I don't know what cartoon character that is. He's not smiling today, I bet.
There isn't teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need
Petey
to
dog.
depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, you know, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Why?
And in terms of, you know, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I?
He can have that one too. He can have that one too. I'll give it to him. He can have it. He can have it. Does she have, like, when she retires, is she going to go is she going to be a commentator for the Golf Channel? I don't think she's got enough of an ASMR voice to commentate for the Golf Channel, but really?
Taught?
Well, I'm asking you. with regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in...
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
Patrol supervisor.
If I may just have a moment, Ron.
Okay.
There was a report that had him as the reconstructive person.
Yes.
Oh, he's going to show it.
Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a...
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it
ahead
to
and
him.
show it to him.
Sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
Look at Karen's face. This is back in May of 2024. Her first persecution. Look at her face. If looks could kill, they probably will. In Games Without Frontiers, War Without. That's why we started a playlist, because I kept thinking in song lyrics. We have a playlist. It's on Spotify. I'm going to have to link it below the show notes. But look at her face. How dare they? How dare they? We have an emoji for that too. Hasn't she been through it? My God.
And specifically, the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
There's Craig. There's Craig Bates, man of the tiny desk. Look, he's our favorite. He came on my channel and did an interview. They made him sit at this little teeny weeny TV tray table with all of his equipment, and he's really tall. He's like 6'3" or taller. And they made him sit there because Judge Cannoni said there is not enough room. There's not enough room at defense counsel table for you to have your own AV squad person. You need to use the Commonwealth AV squad person. And David Dinetti and Alan Jackson were like, no, we need our own guy. We can't trust the Commonwealth. They didn't really say that. I'm just summarizing. And then she said, okay, but she only gave him this little tiny, look how he's all squished into that little tiny TV tray table, and he's got all his equipment there. And then for trial number 2, Karen Reed, I guess, couldn't afford to hire him back, so they trained one of the interns, and he did a great job. But we love Craig Bates, man of the tiny desk, the amazing AV squad. Well, he's got a much better title than that, but I'm just summarizing. No, she never has to say why she's sustaining, and they never have to say why they're objecting either. Welcome to Massachusetts, where your constitutional rights go to die. Imagine how much pain he was in having to sit at that little tiny desk. His knees are almost underneath, banging into the bottom of that table. His equipment can barely fit on top of it. It's like the size of a laptop practically. Here, watch. Come back to if you can, come back to your screen for a second to give Craig Bates the absolute tribute that he deserves.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a...
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
Yeah, she wants to hide everything from the public.
With a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a CARS section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
Okay. But you did see...
You've been with Canton PD for 18 years, Sergeant, because he got a promotion after John O'Keefe was murdered. You've been with Canton Police Department for 18 years, and you've never seen a CARS report before because you don't work for the Massachusetts State Police. Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that?
That your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Goode, that's you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Of the Canton Police.
Okay, I may be mistaken. So he may have been a sergeant at the time. May have been a sergeant at the time. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm happy to admit I was wrong.
You were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that.
It was sustained. And then Lally says, may we approach? And she's like, sure, but I already sustained your objection, Lally. Really, Lally? You're going to annoy me some more with your sidebars? Wait until these sidebars are released. Thank you for correcting me, Scott. He was the desk sergeant. So he is one of the ones who did not get a promotion after the murder of John O'Keefe, but several people did, and several people retired. And maybe it was Yuri Buchanan. That's what I'm thinking, right? Yuri Buchanan was a trooper at the time of the murder, and then he became a sergeant afterwards, right? Okay. But it's sustained, and then Lally's like, I want a sidebar, and then they go to sidebar. They have to release them because the trials are supposed to be public. And Corey Hopkins has filed a lawsuit. It's like 150 pages long. Go get your popcorn. They're going to have to release them. Trials are public. The public has a right to see the sidebars. They don't get to stay sealed up forever. Maybe Lank. Was Lank also promoted? Maybe. But I'm always willing to correct myself when I'm wrong. Thank you. Here we go.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that.
We have a sigh emoji for her.
Sergeant Goode, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
We recruised ourselves. We recruised ourselves. King David at the helm. Remember? Wait for us. We made an emoji for him. He's also King David. We recruised ourselves.
You did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not do?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
None.
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
The only homicide in 18 years. Didn't we watch a little bit of Proctor's testimony? And didn't he say it was his first homicide investigation too? I think. A dead fellow brother in blue. Could you imagine? The sham of an investigation that they did for a dead brother in blue. No homicides, but that's wrong, right? Cassandra Birchmore was murdered, except at this time it was ruled a suicide, remember? So that would not have been death at the hands of another, because that's a homicide, right? Death at the hands of another. Death at the hands of oneself would not be a homicide, but it's Cassie. And this is in Canton, right? Oh, you're talking about Craig Casey? Craig Casey was a motor vehicle accident. I don't know if that was at the hands of another. I don't think they ruled that a homicide exactly.
Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Yes. Oh, just so that you're not confused in the chat. He's talking about homicides. There were unattended deaths. Yes. Craig Casey totaled his car against another car, and he was turned up stone cold, not far away from it. Right. They had cleared the scene, and then it was like a neighbor who found his body. And it was around in the area of John O'Keefe's house. It was prior to the murder of John O'Keefe. However, unattended deaths may be something that they had reported to, but he's saying hasn't been a homicide. There wasn't a homicide in 18 years. I don't know if that's true or not, but.
With the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Goode, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, but we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnights, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think there could have been any group text messages between Goode and Higgins and Proctor? Because think about it. Everything that they're finding out right now has Proctor somehow involved in it because it was on Proctor's phone. What if there were text messages between Goode and Proctor talking about Higgins? Right? And he's going to tell us that he saw Higgins come into the station and it wasn't unusual to see him there at 1:30 in the morning. Thanks, Denise, for sending me the new press release that came out a little while ago that actually names Sean Goode. We read the earlier one in the morning. And this is the statement of Town of Canton and interim Canton Police Chief Joseph Perkins. And here's the statement. It says on Friday, October 24th, the Town of Canton was notified of allegations of misconduct concerning a member of the town's police department, which was discovered during an investigation into a former member of a different law enforcement agency. Michael Proctor. Immediately after becoming aware of the allegations, the town engaged an independent investigator to conduct a thorough administrative investigation into the allegations of misconduct. Sergeant Sean Goode, there it is, they've named him. We broke it earlier, but this is the official press release, was immediately placed on paid administrative leave pending the outcome of that internal affairs investigation. The Town of Canton and the Canton Police Department take this matter very seriously. As this is an active and ongoing administrative investigation, no additional information is available for release at this time. The fact that this was kept secret for 10 days is shocking to me. Surprising. I mean, that might be the most surprising thing about this, is that it was kept quiet for 10 days. Thank you to Denise for sending this to me, because you guys are amazingly collaborative and cooperative. And let's go back to Goode's testimony.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz...
So close that at Kenny Berkowitz's retirement party, Brian Higgins got up and gave a little speech and said, if you ever need to bury a body, Kenny's your guy.
Was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No,
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
Right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm
Okay.
I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry. What was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
Normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Did he come into the dispatch area?
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway. We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was
7 or 8 monitors. Remember, Kelly Dever didn't remember if there were any monitors in the dispatch room, and she relieved him so he could go to the scene. 7 or 8 monitors, he says, I got 7 or 8. Let's hear that again. Oh, there you go. I got 7 or 8 monitors. Oh, hey, yo, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'm a good old boy. What do you want from me? I got nothing about, I know nothing about nothing. I know nothing about nothing. Jeez. My freeze game is so on point. Let me just take the captions down. I mean, that is amazing. Right? Say that again.
Hallway. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway. We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up there?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
Sergeant Goode, why do you always have a puss on? Look at his face. What a puss. He's got such a puss on. It wasn't unusual for him to come in at 1:30 in the morning. Really? Really? Did he have a couch in his office? Did he go to sleep? If he didn't want to drive all the way back home to where he lived, did he used to come home? Did he used to come back to the office and sleep in his office? I don't think he ever went home that night. That's my personal opinion about Higgins, but you can tell me what you think. I'm just taking it back a second.
1:30, correct? You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up there?
No.
No idea.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
Absolutely not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now I feel like Samantha Benigno. I feel like Samantha Benigno right now, because she would say, because I've watched some of her videos where she's analyzed his testimony, absolutely not. What do you mean? You don't know what he did that night. Why would he say absolutely not? Is that consciousness of guilt on the part of him that he really does know what Higgins did? Absolutely not. I don't know what he did that night. I wasn't involved. It had nothing to do with me. Absolutely not. Hold on a second. That is a trigger word. Absolutely usually means a lie. You all watch Samantha Benigno too. You love her as much as I do. Her sister is here in the chat, maybe still. Let's hear the question again.
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know what he had done that night. That's the question. You didn't know what he had done that night? Absolutely not. Does that mean absolutely? I mean, what he had done that night could just refer to like he was at the waterfall. Why would it be absolutely not? He knows more than he's let. Look at his face. Look at his face. Lies detected. Ding, 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 ding. Hold on a second. All right, StreamYard has this new thing where I can play sounds. Let's hear it. Let's hear what it sounds like. Can you hear this? That's applause. Here's another one. This is the gong. Ready? Absolutely. Do you know what he did that night? Absolutely not. We didn't pick up on this the first time because we didn't know what we were looking for. But imagine if there's some text message in there. Text message, whatever was found in Proctor's phone, implicates him in knowing exactly what Brian Higgins did that night. Could you imagine? The lip biting. Samantha talks about the lip biting too. Two questions here. Let's go back to the first one. Do you know where?
On either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
Look at the face. You didn't know where he was coming from? He's like, no, 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 no.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
You didn't
not.
know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
Again,
And you
look at
don't
his
look-
face. You gotta look at the fotch. You gotta look at the fotch. Come to your screen. Look at the face. He's like a cartoon character. Was it unusual for him to come into the station at 1:30 a.m.? No. Watch.
a.m. Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
No, no,
and
no.
you don't recall how close
No,
you
not
got
unusual at all for him to come into the station at 1:30 in the morning. No. Really? Did he work the midnight shift? You got to watch that again. One more time. Because I like to do things in threes. Ready?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's
Really?
not uncommon.
Really? You really wait?
Boston police officer.
Oh, shoot. Where was I? 18 years you worked there? You wouldn't exchange pleasantries with the guy? How long has he had an office there? I don't know. Sometimes we're in the land of the law, so we put Chaka up in the corner. Now I just clicked on this, so now I got to find out where I was. Hold on while I do that.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton police station?
Are
I
we
don't.
past this? I think we're past this a little bit, right?
It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point,
You didn't
did
smooch?
he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in. Never saw him leave or anything like that.
No
Did
idea.
you ever see him do any paperwork?
No idea. No idea. You're watching the monitors. You got 7 or 8 monitors in front of you. You have no idea what he did there. Did you smooch? Did you bump chest? Did you hug it out? hard lip purse going on here. Hard lip purse.
Work at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Wait, what? Why would he say that night? Hold on.
No idea. I only saw him come in. Never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
That night? Weird, the questions that he chooses to clarify, right? Scott says, as the desk officer, you're responsible for everything going on in the building during your tour. Well, I guess somebody forgot to give him the memo on that, Scott. A lot of shady stuff, right? What happened? So he was in charge of monitoring everything going on in the building during that time, but he doesn't know nothing about nothing. Nope. I don't know nothing about nothing. I didn't see him leave. He said, I didn't see him leave or anything. I didn't see him leave. Maybe Higgins didn't leave, but I think we saw him doing something on the mysterious video from the Magical Mystery Sallyport that did not appear until right before the second trial, right? Were they peacocking, Linda? That's a good one. Remember, this is trial number 1. None of that Sallyport video was turned over yet to the defense until trial 2, because Proctor hid it in a drawer, according to Judge Cannoni. So they didn't have the video of Higgins walking around in the parking lot and walking in the hallways. They didn't have that video then. And Sean Goode apparently thinks nobody's ever going to get it. He hasn't been prepped on it. Kelly Dever did say that she saw Higgins and Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with Karen's car for a very long time. And then she said it was a false memory after her talk with Cox.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
I can't leave the dispatch room, which means Kelly Dever couldn't have left the dispatch room either, which means that she would have had to been watching those 7 to 8 monitors the whole entire time.
So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
It's just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
That's right. In the surfaced video, the Magical Mystery Sallyport video that came out before trial 2, there is a video of Higgins walking into that dispatch room at approximately 1:30 a.m. Right? Thank you, Carol.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Now, when that call came
Well, there must have been a sidebar there
after-
because there was a jump cut. But there was a police report that says 32 Fairview. It's out there. You can find it. Thank you, Deborah. Deborah Gelsey for gifting another 5 memberships. Lots of new members today. Welcome. Enjoy the special emojis that you have. Thanks, Deborah. You guys are amazingly kind and generous.
6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You on top.
Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
And what name is that?
John O'Keefe?
No. If I can have that back for a minute.
Yeah. You know, the Brian Albert. They're trying to shield Brian Albert. Why are they trying
now,
to shield Brian Albert? Ask yourselves that.
You decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
Oh.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together?
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Oh.
Oh, yes. This is where it starts to come out about Lanka's being the Ray Donovan of the Albert family. Oh, yes, I had been there before. Oh, yes, I had. You're going to listen to what happened.
And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch, There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
So we're now up to 4 police vehicles?
Right. Saraf and Mulaney were the other two that were there from Canton PD. I forgot about those guys. Saraf was like Wimpy on Popeye, right? I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. I remember Saraf. He didn't have a lot to say. Where's he now? Where's Saraf? Remember Mulaney? I remember Mulaney too being a very young, like almost a rookie, right? And he was probably the most truthful out of all of them. But it was only Lank and good old boy that were allowed inside the house. Tell them the cops never came inside the house. But they did. Only those two. He looks shaken. He does.
Was on scene?
Yes.
They all had their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Lanks does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts.
I put the comment up before, but somebody pointed out that short is like saying whatever, and you're right. Passive aggressive. Sure.
Even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right, could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue.
You can see Carrie closing her trunk and then getting like a snow brush to brush off the back of her car. She put something in the car.
Would you agree with me, Sergeant Goode, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
Right, the baby blanket that was wrapped around John's head that she put back in the car. Time on this video is 6:16:07. Yeah, the bloody baby blanket that never made it into evidence, right? Oops, sorry for hiding the video right there.
You can pause it. Sergeant Goode, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Can you play it for another 20 or 30 seconds? Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just, again, from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Counselor Saiba for just 1 second on this.
Of course, she wants to see them.
Sergeant Goode, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
Nope.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the...
Don't know who you are because I've never seen you in here before. Says, Melanie, you're getting in the middle and defending Turtle Boy. I support Karen Reed and I support Turtle Boy, so I don't know if you've ever watched my channel before, but let Karen live her life. Turtle Boy did her dirty. I don't blame her one iota for keeping clear of him right now. I don't know what you're referring to. You must be very, very, very behind in the stream, and you must not have gotten to the warnings about, telling me what to do and not to do and whatever. But welcome. Newsflash, you're 2 hours late and we're not discussing it. I'm not trying to get into the middle of anything. I'm just wishing that everybody could just get along because it's not good for anybody right now for this to be so publicly aired. In fact, I agreed to do this mediation sort of like coming together of the king and queen, privately. All right. Background is so lovely this time of year. I'm sorry, you guys, is that what I said at the beginning of this trial, that I was inserting myself into this and defending Turtle Boy? Is that what anybody else, took away from what I had to say at the beginning of the show 3 hours and 40 minutes ago? Praise be. All right, here we go.
We were aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color.
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
The shoe.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why you didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why you didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
This is where we started to pick up on, because this is only day 5 of the trial, right? This is day 5 and 6. This is where we started to pick up on mommy Judge Beverly Cannoni helping little boy Mr. Lally by sustaining all of the tough question objections, right? That we really want to know the answers to. Did you ever ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house? Why is that an improper question? We'll never know because Mr. Lally doesn't need to state the grounds for his objections because this judge decided that they didn't have to state the grounds for their objections. And so therefore, every objection could be deemed to be any one of the many, many, many grounds for an objection on appeal. And Mama MSN, who actually has been listening since the beginning of the stream, says, no, you are sad because you like them both as brother and sister. Exactly. That's exactly what I said. I don't like to see my siblings fight. And I don't like them sitting in the back seat. And I got to sit in the middle. And, they're yelling at each other like, she's breathing my air. He's looking at my window. She's breathing my air. Make it stop. He's touching me. Okay. And here she is, giving Lally all the help, little help. His grounds are, he's Lally, says GP Dog Drill. I know. And like I said many times, Lally is like a one-man band. He was like a one-man band during this trial. He was playing the accordion with his hands. He had cymbals in between his knees. He had like a harmonica in his mouth. He had like, he was banging a drum with whatever else. And he was like a one-man band. He did everything himself. Okay. And that is like virtually unheard of, okay? He questioned every single witness, right? Laura McLaughlin did nothing. She sat at the table the entire time. The only time she opened her mouth, she lied about having reviewed all that information, in my opinion. He examined every single witness. He cross-examined every single witness. He did everything, all for the very, very paltry sum of approximately, how much was he making at the time? 140 grand a year. And considering that he did everything, he put his backpack on every day. He picked up his lunchbox and he went in there. What kind of lunchbox do you think Lally would have if it was like the 70s and he had to have one of those tin, oh, thanks, Carol. But if I say McLaughlin without warning, I got a really nasty email from someone the other day. It was really so mad at me. All right, everyone who has misophonia, put your earmuffs on for a moment so I can say Laura McLaughlin's name the way it should be said. Is Laura McLaughlin. Somebody sent me such a mean email the other day that I had no consideration and they had to stop watching me because I said that. And I'm like, okay, whatever, goodbye. What kind of tin lunchbox do you think Lally had? Flintstones? I don't know, maybe like the Bionic Woman. I don't know. But he put his backpack on every day. And he was like, had a hunchback, you know, and he was like, I gotta go, like Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Like, I gotta go to work, going to school today with his lunchbox. And he did it all. And he got paid like no money. Rings on his fingers and bells on his shoes. That rings on his fingers and bells on his shoes. That's right. Rest in peace, Donna Marie Godchaux. Thank you, Becky. Johnny Quest. Scooby-Doo. He-Man Lunchbox. The Great American Hero, says Zara. I mean, listen, he was like Hulk. Fraggle Rock. You guys are on it. And considering now, all things considered, what we know, that they had to hire a ringer to come in, a mafia lawyer to come in for trial number 2, prosecution number 2, because nobody else in the DA's office would touch it with a 10-foot pole, in my opinion, and pay him over $500,000 and hire his pencil script paralegal, who hates him, who spelled his name wrong, Brennan. Of course, he had a land of the lost lunchbox, Carrie. Thank you. Thank you. And that's why Chaka is sometimes up there in the corner, because we are in the land of the lost. Okay. Thank you, Carrie. He probably did have a land of the lost. And he was like Charlie Brown, 100%. Right, Lisa? And based on what we know now, all things considered, he did a pretty damn good job. I don't know how involved he is in any of this stuff. If there's messages between Proctor and Lally and all of these guys together, like group text messages, it's going to be wild. Lally has not been implicated so far in any of this stuff. But Proctor and Lally have been working together. Lally's been with the DA's office since 2005. It was his first job out of law school. Proctor's been there since he got his new phone. Or no, since his phone went back to 2013. He's been there since 2012. So he and Lally have been working together for 13 years. You think there's any messages between them? I would venture to guess they probably have each other's cell phone numbers. Oh, goody. Planet of the Apes. Well done. Moving on. Got it too. He did. He got a fully hung jury.
At 7:50 in the morning. Did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers on the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Sure. Sure. That's another help from Judge Canoni. Can you answer that? That's code for if you say you can't answer that, I'll let you not answer that, in my opinion. Bev's Inverted Morals and Rulings is here and says, Lally carried his lunch in a Stop and Shop bag with red Solo cups full of Kool-Aid. Of course. Let's listen to that again. Hold on.
January 29th. The topic with you. After January 29th, did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
First of all, look at his face. His face was like, imagine if those text messages that Kevin Albert is a part of. Kevin Albert, Proctor, Goode. Imagine if they had some group text messages in which Kevin Albert said something about it, and he already just said no. I've never had any conversation with him after January 29th with Kevin Albert about what happened that day. Listen to the question again.
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that, no.
Well, that'll be interesting to see what happens with those text messages and voice memos and emails on Proctor's phone. Boston Brandy says Kevin Albert is involved so much. So much. If you don't follow Boston Brandy on like all the socials, what are you doing? First of all, she's adorable. She's adorbs. Second of all, she makes really cute TikToks. And sometimes she clips my content and puts it in there. And then she gives me a really nice filter. Because see, on StreamYard, there's no filters. So thank you, Boston Brandy, for doing the Lord's work and helping a girl out. I appreciate you so. The lip pursing, all of it.
Been a couple of months you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay, yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall, no.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So you'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to, potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I
Right.
see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands?
The only part of the scene that was ever recorded is good videotaping or recording with his phone, Gallagher with the leaf blower. That's the only video of this scene.
Hands to search the scene.
I don't recall it that.
You recall officers using their feet to clear some areas.
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department's search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
None.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Black in the white snow. It was
No.
only about 2 inches at the
Do you
time.
agree that it's
Daylight.
important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
But you
Yeah.
contaminated it with your gas-powered leaf blower, so explain that to me, sir.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had
What?
Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off
Yeah.
the road?
Correct.
They did not have crime scene tape up. Oh, is he going to talk about how it blew away? Hold on a second. They didn't find the crime scene tape until Karen's car got back to the Sally Port. That's when the crime scene tape showed up. How did you close off the scene?
Secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview.
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
While they were there.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
It's only been there for 18 years.
Trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
And this is why they needed Michael Easter, and they were denied Michael Easter in trial number 2. And I heard Michael Easter is going to be on Justice Served tonight, so you should go watch that later. But he doesn't know anything about crime scene logs or anything. He's never investigated a homicide in 18 years.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, you know, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
All right. My head's going to pop off. Remember, Ed Wallace has done shows about this with Duty Ron, about how you secure a crime scene in the snow. And absolutely, that's what you do. There's heaters, there's sifters for the snow to look for evidence. You don't bring out a gas-powered leaf blower and blow around the snow. You erect a tent. His head popped off too. He was in the chat during this, I remember.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
You don't know?
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2.
Sorry, we have a bullshit button.
And I just
Thank
have
you.
to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
There must have been a sidebar right there because there was a jump cut. Hold on. You see the jump cut?
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No.
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 Look at his face.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home
I mean, the body
addresses?
language is, he knows he didn't put him in the report and then he scratches his eye. I mean, come back and look at your screen for a minute. I'm not a body language expert, but let's see if you can pick up what I'm laying down here. Did you ever mention Colin Albert's name as being present at 34 Fairview? No. And then he does a whole bunch of stuff like he's making, like he's, like he's doing baseball signals, but they're just signals of maybe not telling the whole complete truth or knowing that maybe he did something wrong, in my opinion. Watch.
34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section, except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
Stir not shaking. Thanks for your five.
Yes.
Grateful Dead quote of the day. The stream should be titled, "If the thunder don't get you, then the lightning will." That's my favorite Grateful Dead song. It comes from The Wheel. And rest in peace, Donna Jean. Friend of the dog, gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. Look at that, 20 new members. 20. I'll get to the rest of Super Chat after, but this just popped up. And so super generous. 20 new members. All of them coming in hot. Welcome. We are rewatching Goode's testimony because it has been confirmed that Sergeant Sean Goode has been suspended with pay from the Canton Police Department. There have been 2 press releases today from the Canton PD. 2 of them, the first one said an unnamed member of Canton PD has been suspended with pay. The second one said it is indeed Sean Goode. We are rewatching his cross-examination from trial number 1, which is May 3rd and 6th of 2024, to see what could possibly be in those messages or Proctor's cell phone dump that actually could have been the reason that Sean Goode was suspended with pay. Gallagher, already retired. Seraph, not sure. Somebody sent me an email. We're going to look at it afterwards. No, the unnamed one at first was Sean Goode, and then they said it was Sean Goode. So there's not 2. We only know of 1. And first they said it was unnamed. We did do a show on Saturday about this because it had been speculated that it was Sean Goode. So do not be confused. So far as we know, there's only 1, and his name is Goody Two Shoes. And also, somebody said he looked like Deputy Dog, so you be the judge. There he is. And then here's a picture of Deputy Dog. You be the judge. Let me know what you think. I think kind of does look like Deputy Dog, but that's just me. Back to the testimony. There's only I don't know, 20 more minutes left or so. See if we can get through it without me interrupting it every 30 seconds. I'm going to try.
You last time.
Thank you.
And take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, he put Higgins as the witness, and Higgins' address didn't put his home address. No, they put the address of the Canton Police Department. My God, man.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case,
Okay,
correct?
let's not spread misinformation.
Correct.
As of right
He
now,
was
Goode
not
has not been fired. Goode has been suspended with pay. So unless you have new information, Stephen Cotter, that he has been actually fired, that is not accurate. Press release that we just went over from, I don't know, 50 minutes ago, he's been suspended with pay. That's all we know as of today. Thank you very much. Got to deal in facts.
Involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Goode's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed at as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can...
hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a
She's really
copy
trying
for
hard
Ms.
to help.
Giannetti?
Think about how much stuff she didn't let in, right? Because we keep seeing jump cuts, and we know that Trial Channel, doing the Lord's work, has cut out all the breaks and the sidebars for our convenience. But when they get released, we're going to find out all the parts of the police reports that she did not allow in. And there's a lot of stuff she didn't allow in.
Yes, sure. Go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
It's only scrolling below.
You will
Thanks for the
agree
reminder.
with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, New Hampshire woman. Let's get to 130,000 subs. Hit the button. It's free.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Oh, so you know what had happened just right then? Thank you for putting up this title card. Judge Bev decides to dismiss the jury and resume the next day. And then it goes to the next day. So it was right around, let's see, what was the last question? Thank you, New Hampshire one.
Report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now?
Some discrepancies in the police report, but it wasn't really the next day.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Right? That was a Friday, and then the next day was a Monday. And here she is. If you have misophonia, please put your earmuffs on right now. It's McLaughlin in the chat. I love that you changed your name and then said good afternoon just so that I would see it, because you guys are amazing. And F-Bombs wants to know, is Sean Goode related to disgraced cop Francis Goode? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure one of the armchair detectives in the chat will do the deep dive on that and then report back, because we are very collaborative here. Here's King David, and we have a little bit more left, and we're going to get through it, I promise. Here we go. Was there voir dire after that? I don't recall.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan you put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out, and to get out of the sally ports, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And
not sure.
do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
it.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach just as to that?
Yes.
Before you now took the stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Blank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can I see P and Q for identification, please? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification.
That's right, Jim. And along, Lank did bite somebody.
You identified that
He did bite
yesterday,
somebody in
correct?
the Lopolito
Yes.
situation.
We
Lopolito.
went over with the jury
Hit a man.
the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th of 22 at 6:08,
Yes.
and the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those two face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes, are we looking at Q?
No,
At P? Yes, P, yes. It looks like the berm, correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions, if you don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay, another one. Is there an objection?
Can I see those, please?
Is there an objection? Mr. Lally, I'm helping you here. Is there an objection? Objection sustained. Wow, a little help going on from Mama Bear up on the bench, eh? Forgot how much help there was. Hold on. Is there an objection? Mind your P's and Q's, everyone. Hold on.
Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Can I see those, please?
Unbelievable. May we approach? We'll get it this
I
sidebar.
placed
I'm
a
confident we
photo
will.
before you, Sergeant Goode. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton?
Yes.
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously.
He's trying to point out that there were two different police reports.
With Michael Proctor's
Just after 6 a.m.
Hold on. He's trying to point out that there were two different police reports turned over to the defense with two different photographs attached. But she's not letting it in. Hold on.
It's on the face sheet.
All right. Now, this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Goode, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
She's not letting it in. She's not letting the jury hear it, and that's bogus.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
No, doesn't say supplemental, doesn't say amended. No, because they tried to do the bait and switch. We saw it. The jury couldn't hear about it.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down.
Now there's a little tiny
All right.
redirect by Lally.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So, Sergeant Goode, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regard to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2020.
Right, Chris Albert was elected to the board after the murder of John O'Keefe. Did he ever express any interest in being in politics before? Interesting, right?
Correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Oh, he's trying to clean up the 32 Fairview
You were asked some
mistake.
questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
Yeah, Brian Albert's brother. What year was this? Did they say what year this was? Remember, him and Lank responded to this. I can't believe Lally is the one who brought this up. Because Yannetti was done. And then Lally's going to open this whole can of worms.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that vehicle?
That'd be Tim Albert.
Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
2009.
Now, as far as your report, you've asked a number of questions about that. But I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day, in the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
They had to arrest Tim Albert because they followed the spill, and the spill led them back to the house. Of course they had to. Abada, face sheet being printed. I screwed up and hit the button again, so
Nothing further on.
Okay.
That's where it
If I
ended.
might,
Very briefly.
you had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene? Yes.
Sure. Sergeant Link actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Yeah. Flat out dismissed.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
It was flat out dismissed after restitution. Unetti got it in. Listen.
Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Yep. Flat out dismissed, Tim Albert.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
Was he charged with drunk driving? Did they test him? Did they breathalyze him at the scene? I have so many questions. That went all the way back to 2009. But the Lopalato brothers, that was in the 90s, I believe, right? Wasn't that in the 90s? I think it was. Wasn't that fun? If you're just tuning in, you missed it all. You missed it all. You missed the rewatch of Sergeant Goode's cross-examination from trial number 1, because he did not testify in trial number 2. That was May 3rd and 6th of 2024. We went back in time and watched it, and boy, oh boy, it has been confirmed that Sergeant Sean Goode is the guy who was suspended with pay from Canton PD all the way back on October 24th, and somehow, some way, it was kept a secret until the rumblings started happening on Saturday when we covered it. And then it was officially confirmed by Canton PD today by the interim chief. And we've been here for all of it because it broke. The story broke again with the confirmation while we were on this live stream. And that's what we do. We pivot. Thank you, Becky R. I love you too for your 5. Thank you, Libra in Seattle, for telling me to keep that. She's happy I keep things factual. Thank you for your super chat. And Tons of Fun 911 says, please check out Gulf Coast Reptile Rescue and Tortoise Sanctuary 501c3. Absolutely, Ed. When I need something to do, and I thank you for your super chat. I will when I have time, which is never, but I will. Where's my stapler says, Mel, not that you should cover it, but the civil trial of a teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old against the assistant principal has been very interesting so far. Thank you very much. My time is limited. My coverage on what I can cover is limited, and I don't like to cover things, can't cover a million things because then I can't do them, with a full-throated type of analysis. And so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to that one, but I heard that some people are, I think some other people are covering it. So interesting that it's interesting. I just don't know if I'll have time to dig into it, but I do appreciate your super chat very much. And Gigi says, my new music for my ice cream truck ain't no mountain high enough, good enough with the E at the end. Buttercup, we were talking about pensions earlier. Buttercup says he can take a lump sum of what he's put into his retirement, but he will not get a pension. With Boston Police, you can collect the pension after 10 years, but it's going to be very small. And then Catastrophe K8 said after 10 years, you're able to collect a pension in Massachusetts. It won't be much, but 10 years gets you something. 33 years, you max out. Thank you for all. We have very learned people in this chat, very learned people. Chibi Dog Jill sent me the 7/22 Canton PD promotions. I have it here. And it's wicked long, but this was from July 22nd of this year of 2025. Because there's no this is of July of 2022. I want to know who got promotions after John O'Keefe was murdered. Oh, so that is at the all right, sorry, GP Dog Girl. Thanks for sending me this. That would be after John O'Keefe because John O'Keefe was murdered January 29th of 2022. Wow. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at this. So this is from July of 2022, 7/22/22. This was published by the Canton Citizen and by Mike Berger. Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty, following up on the approval from the Select Board to appoint 2 deputy chiefs, has announced her selections this week. Tom Kelleher Jr. will be the new deputy chief of operations, and Patty Sherrill will serve as Deputy Chief of Administration. Both were former lieutenants. Then it goes on to say, she was only sworn in on June 14th of 2022. And then she retired. She was only there for 3 years. I'm going to scroll through this slowly because I don't have the energy to read the whole entire thing because my voice is kind of shot. But see if there's anything else that I can cherry pick out of here to read to you. Lieutenants Charles Ray and Paul Gallagher will remain in their roles, and Sergeant Mike Lank will fill the 3rd lieutenant position. Okay, so Lank did get a promotion to lieutenant from sergeant after the murder of John O'Keefe. Oh, wow. You can't make this up because, you know, Marsha. Rafferty said that Officer Mike Brady, Mike Brady, will fill the opening left by Sergeant Lank's promotion, and the department is in the process of backfilling Officer Brady's role as a school resource officer. Huh. Sherrill and Kelleher both joined the Canton PD as permanent intermittent officers in '93. Both became full-time officers that same year. Oh, and look at this. Sherrill is a lifelong resident of Canton, a 1985 Canton High School grad. And she, too, is a Canton Townie local. Hang on. Kelleher is also a lifelong resident of Canton. His late father, Thomas Sr., was a legend as a motorcycle officer for the Canton PD, and his grandfather, Dan, served as chief from 65 to 71. Can you say Nepo baby? Can you say Nepo baby? Do they hire outside of Canton? Unclear. Kelleher currently serves as the commander of the Metro LEC Crisis Negotiator Unit and as a member of its Joint Terrorism Task Force. These roles will be a huge asset in his new position. So he got a new position. Lank got a promotion. And because of course they did. Because of course. Everybody went to high school with everybody. Thank you, GP Dog Drill, for sending that to me. I appreciate you so much. And Lemonade said, Canton made Sean Goode civil service eligible on June 1st of 2024. Thank you. Deborah said, amazing how these law enforcement officers can't remember their reports or previous testimony without transcripts. Life of Deshai said, Goode lied to Lally, said he never went to 34 before January 29th. Thanks to Shy James. Melanie, I've missed your wimpy impression. Oh, thank you very much, James, for your 5. I appreciate you. And Lemonade pointing out also that Goode is mentioned 10 times in the police audit. Laura said, I hear that sometimes Satan comes as a man of peace. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Laura. And Mass Accountability came in and answered my question from earlier. It all started with Colin and Chris accusing me of following them. Then someone, in quotes, contacted Goode to get my plates to ID me. Hang on for 1 second. A special guest off camera who is not going to come into frame, but wants to just say hello.
Hello, viewers.
It's my girl. Everyone put up some prayer hands that she gets into the college of her choice, to which she has applied early decision or early action, or whichever one it is that makes you go there if you get in. So can we all put some prayer hands in the chat for my girl? Next year, I'm going to be an empty nester, and I don't know what I'm going to do. Prayers up. Let's manifest it for her. Make her dreams come true. You're amazing. You're amazing. Thanks, you guys. You guys are awesome. All right. So Mass Accountability says that it all started with Colin and Chris accusing me of following them. Then someone contacted Goode to get my plates to ID me. Was that before the murder of John O'Keefe? I'd like to know when in time that was, Mass Accountability. I don't have time to look into it right now, but I find this very interesting since you've been out there, right? As an auditor, as like a YouTuber going out to expose corruption in the area, and all of a sudden Goode is up your hiney. Julia says, next year you'll talk to us more. Thank you. Bridget loves receipts. She loves receipts. And Jody 617 says, a reminder, Canton PD doesn't investigate homicides. Proctor and Yuri never went to the scene of the crime. No, they didn't. Why would they? That's not what investigators do. They go to talk to Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert at Jen McCabe's house. They do house calls. That's what they do. Thanks, Jody. And Nate Taylor says, I'm wondering if anyone from Canton PD or MSP said they would contact the judge and Proctor texts. This could be a bountiful, plentiful tranche of information. Stirred Not Shaken said, this stream should be entitled, If the Thunder Don't Get You, Then the Lightning Will. Yes. Friend of dog gifted 20 memberships earlier. I thanked you already, but I can't thank you enough. Bonnie May became a new member, and then Brigitte came in and gifted another 5 memberships. We have a lot of new members today, right? A lot of new members. And if everyone just hit the subscribe button because it's free, maybe we can get to 30,000 subs. That would be amazing. And also, the like button is also free, so kindly wipe your feet on the mat and hit the like button. Just a gentle reminder. Casey became a new member, welcome. And Gabby Gale became a new member, welcome. Muffin Man says, don't forget to change your ring camera time for daylight savings time. I don't know. Doesn't it do it automatically? That's good advice. Also, change your smoke detector batteries. You're supposed to do that every time we have daylight savings time, from what they tell me. It's a good habit to get into. If you're not hardwired in and you need, batteries in your smoke detectors, you should do that too. Thank you, Muffin Man, for looking out for us. And Warwick, Rhode Island, Becky says, so happy to be here. We're so happy that you're here, Becky. We love you. We love all of you. The Canton PD standout got bigger. Suzanne sent me another picture of everybody over there. Hang on. Let's see if we can get it up here on the screen for you. Oops. They're out there in full force at Canton PD, standing out. Peter Murphy's never going to stop. He's never going to stop. He was a Canton sergeant for 30 years, and he's outraged by this. And you guys, we should all be outraged by this. But, one of the good things is that, the dominoes are starting to fall. There they are. They've got signs. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Another one bites the dust. Justice now for Officer John O'Keefe. Meatball Marcy belongs in prison. Too good to be true. Well done. I think that's Peter Murphy with that sign, too good to be true. That's Peter Murphy right there. I think he's holding that up, unless it looks like an optical illusion to me. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. And then Peter Murphy also has the sign, Justice for BPO John J. O'Keefe, number 2490, end of watch, 12922, Ford Edge, ? With 2 eyeballs on it. Truth and Justice for John. Chief Rafferty showing us real police work. Oh, I'm sorry. It says, I'm sorry, not Rafferty. I'm sorry. It says Chief Perkins. It's just hard for me to say. But as you say, it's right here. Chief Perkins showing us real police work. They cannot investigate themselves. And another sign that says, we demand justice, framed, murdered, executed. Boots on the ground. BOTG, boots on the ground outside of Canton PD. They're amazing. We love you all. If you guys are watching, special shout out to each and every one of you who showed up today, because we're not shutting up. They tried to shut us up, but what had happened was it just didn't work. We're not shutting up because we're outraged. And we've actually moved our outrage to other places and other things, but how can we turn away from this? This is like something we absolutely cannot turn away from because we're very invested in this right now, as we have been for a long time. Thank you very much to BMAC for buying me 5 matcha lattes. She says, enjoy. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And to TLR, who sent a Cash App, said, for Mondays with Melanie are the best. Thank you. Cash App is weird because I can't thank you on Cash App. I can't send you a message back. I can only heart it. And so it is a weird format, but a lot of people have Cash App. And so that's why I put it up sometimes for you. And Derek is here. Well, welcome to Massachusetts, featuring Nurse Kim, Melanie cameo wearing Vivian Westwood and a Betsy Johnson cupcake purse. Oh, did you put up a new video? That's awesome. I'm going to have to go check out for it in a bit. I can't play it right now because I got to jump. It's time to go and do all of the other things that I didn't get to today because it is now 4.5, almost 5 hours since we went live earlier this morning. And so I got to jump. Imagine if it was Peter Murphy on call that night, Officer O'Keefe would likely have justice. You're right, Chivi. You are absolutely right. I don't know, Robin, you're going to have to zoom in on that sign to see if you can figure out what it says. Everyone have an amazing day. Do all of the things that YouTube likes kindly. Try and stay out of the fray, and just be cool, be kind, be classy, because you can do it. I know you can do it. Don't spread misinformation. Well, here's the thing, Cool Blue. I know a lot of people are saying this, so I'll say it again. Cool Blue says, "What good does suspended with pay do?" It's really hard to suspend without pay. They have to do an investigation, right? There's administrative proceedings that have to happen. There are hoops that have to be jumped through. And so what good it does, you should have put an E at the end of that good, is that we all know something nefarious has happened. And so that's the good that it does, because the mainstream media is going to pick it up. It's not just going to be a whole bunch of loud YouTubers screaming into microphones that are talking about it. The mainstream media is going to pick it up. And so it is a process, and it is hard. It's really, really hard to get fired from any police department. But look at Michael Proctor. He did it. He's an overachiever. Not only did he get fired from MSP, but he also, the union backed away from him. So he's a double overachiever. We ain't got no quit. Make sure you have all your notifications set, because, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow or what time I'm going to go live, because I don't even know what time I'm going to go live. I don't even know what my topic is. I don't even make my thumbnail ahead of time, because we roll with the punches and we pivot and we cover breaking news. And so you never know what's going to happen. And sometimes when I make a thumbnail, I got to go change it later, and the title and the show notes. So everyone have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you all very, very soon tomorrow. Peace, my friends. Peace. Thank you to the moderators. They're doing the Lord's work. Tell them how much you love them, because I love them, and I could not be here for you without them. Be safe and watch your six, says Team Brittany. Good night, everybody. Peace.